All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Market Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hopefully, you guys had an incredible day yesterday. Good morning, Peter. How are you today?
Morning, Carlos. I'm doing good on this Friday. It's last day of this week, and what a week it's been. It's been an interesting trading week. It's just been an interesting week overall. So, I'm looking forward to today. I think it's going to end with hopefully some good trading action. That's my hope. We'll see. What about you? How has your week gone?
Week has gone good, man. Can't complain.
We don't have sound in the chat room.
Oh yeah, let's turn that on. So yeah, week has gone good, man. Can't complain. Great weather. I gotta say, the weather has been really nice. For the most part, man, can't complain. Looking forward to another great weekend. As man, it just feels like summer's ending. I know we're not in August yet, but damn, it comes quick. I feel like my weekend summer barbecues are numbered before the kids go back to school in September.
We haven't even got into August yet.
I know, man. It's going. I want to slow down. I want to slow down.
You're like those back-to-school ads that we get from Staples and Walmart.
Oh, they're starting. Yeah, that's what happens. Yeah, they start hitting now.
It's
come on,
too early.
It's July.
I know.
Goodness.
I don't even have any kids in school, and I haven't for years. But I see those, and I'm like, come on, guys. Like, let us enjoy summer a little bit longer. But
yeah, but these are for the people that when they travel, they start packing their bags 2 weeks before. My wife, no, nothing said there, but they start packing their bag like well in advance. There are people that prepare, which is the right thing to do. I'm not complaining. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I pack the same day I'm leaving, and that's just the way it goes. I don't know. So it's been that way. My wife is like, I don't know how you do that, but that's just what I do. All right. So, but yeah,
I'm with. Actually, that would be an interesting debate, Carlos, because I see how many people do the super early packing. When we went last year, I think when we went on our trip to Aruba, for whatever reason, we were like packing well in advance, and I found it stressful. Like we packed like a week before we left and had everything, or at least everything laid out. I didn't put it into a suitcase until the night before, but just having everything sort of laid out, all the stuff you need, and we were worried about making sure we had the stuff we wanted. That I don't know. I just found like it was a week of stress. Every time I looked at it, I'm like, have I got everything? What about this? What about that? I'm like, I don't need to be thinking about it for an entire week.
Yes,
just
that's too much.
Pack what you got. I mean, for me, the vacation is supposed to avoid stress. So for me, it's like, look, I'll pack everything I think of. If I don't think of something, just buy it. Just buy it. Like
Thank you.
I'm paying for the trip. I can afford to buy, the $5 thing that I forgot,
shirts,
or the 20 or
whatever.
I mean, I'm going to be wasting hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on food and meals and stuff. Like, don't worry about the $20 you got to spend on underwear that you forgot or something. Like, who cares? Just buy it. Anyway, that's my opinion.
Listen, unless you're going to Antarctica. Okay, I get it. There's no malls there. But unless you're going to Antarctica, I think you're fine if you forget a couple of things. You're okay. You're okay. All right, friends. Let's get to it. Quick look at our gappers. By the way, if you're wondering, Eamon today is off on a personal day. He is enjoying his wife's birthday today. So happy birthday to his wife.
Yes, happy birthday to his wife.
First birthday with the new baby, so that's always special. So hopefully they enjoy the day. So all right, let's get to it, friends. Quick look at our gappers. It's brought to you by tradingterminal.com. And as you can see here, very quiet today compared to what we've seen the last couple of mornings. But again, that could change very quickly. As I think yesterday the gappers list was only like 6 or so, and then by the time we were halfway through the show, it grew pretty fast. So let's see what it does today. Market is slightly up this morning. We'll dive into all of this morning. We see a couple of names we know very well. Oracle, STM is on here. Intel, of course. ADBV, so low flow was active yesterday. I see it active again today. Actually, I think this whole week this low flow has been somewhat in play, right? So we'll see what's going on there.
It won't go away.
Yeah, and then we see SNDK, SKHY on the gap down list this morning. All right, before we run through that, let's go to Thursday in 60 seconds. We still got the slides from Raymond, who's a good man and put these together for us. So let's go to that, and Peter's going to run us through it really quickly.
Wow, so this is pressure because I've got to do sort of the Eamon thing, and he's always like right on top of these slides. Oh, look at that. See, we even have to update because, it's not normally my picture, my camera with Eamon. So, yeah, yesterday, what happened? Wow. Remember the pre-market this time yesterday, we were seeing the market move down, down, and down. And I said, just, be careful. You don't know which way the market's going to go. And sure enough, right at the open, we did get a bounce, but it was short-lived. So yesterday ended up being a pretty major market sell-off, with the market dropping 1.2% for the S&P 500, over 2% for the NASDAQ. And, that was pretty significant. And we really saw some stocks like Tesla, for example, that just got crushed. So, we were following the news. It's not like we weren't aware of that. We were talking about the news on Google. We were talking about the news on Tesla before the pre-market. So we were aware of the big ticker items that were likely to move. I, frankly, wasn't even prepared for how much they were going to move. And Tesla, wow, did it get just beaten? It got beaten. And part of a broader concern, I think, right? There is concern from the tech spenders. As we've seen, right? AI, if you were in the front end of the supply chain, meaning you're the one making money off of AI, you're doing okay. Those are the chip manufacturers, right? They're probably the ones at the front end. But everybody who is spending on AI, the sentiment is now shifting, where there's a view that perhaps they're overspending, and are they going to get a return on that investment? And we saw a lot of the spenders, those that are building AI engines and are trying to figure out how to monetize that. We're seeing gaps down. Google, Amazon, Meta, right? They were all getting pushed downward. So that's something that we got to pay attention to. Oil yesterday, prices increased as we had some attacks on a couple of Saudi tankers in the Red Sea, and that caused a little bit of concern over oil availability and pricing. While we saw the U.S. Treasury rates actually increased to the highest level they've been in 18 months. So yeah, a lot of things were moving yesterday, right? So, and that gave a whole lot of market opportunity. One of the best opportunities yesterday in the market was the defense stocks. They actually moved up. A lot of the ones that, and we had some earnings, right, from Lockheed Martin, but Chevron, Merck, Travelers, those are sort of the defensive stocks, as well as the defense sector, all sort of sowed support. Yesterday, one of the interesting things that I wasn't tracking, but Reddit actually dropped pretty significantly, and that was on the basis of the fact that they were reporting that perhaps they were going to kill an agreement they've got with Google to license their content. What is that content? It's basically, if you're a Reddit user, it's your conversations. Right? So Reddit owns everything you type into that platform, and it's seen as one of the best databases of just human-to-human conversations. Now, if you've been in Reddit, I don't know. When I look at Reddit, I'm like, I'm not sure those are normal human conversations. They're definitely conversations, but they're not exactly the ones you would have if you had a bunch of buddies over and you were just talking. But maybe online it's as close as you can get. But Reddit has been leveraging that. It's been a big source of revenue for them, right? Because to license that, all of those conversations they've got, their database, to the AI developers, so that they can use that as a learning algorithm and learning data for all of their AI tools. So we'll see what happens with that. Obviously, there's got to be a reason behind it. Perhaps Reddit's got a better, more lucrative contract coming that they haven't announced, but we'll find that out. And then, of course, we had Intel earnings after the close. And we're going to talk more about that because Intel is on our gap up list. So why don't we'll save that until we get there. In terms of what to expect today, well, I already mentioned Intel. Intel's probably one of the big ones where last night it had moved higher. And I was surprised. I actually thought it was going to drop, but it moved higher with its earnings, which were good. Don't get me wrong, right? I mean, in fact, they were amazingly good. Once again, we'll come back and talk about it a little bit later, but they doubled the earnings per share they were expected to deliver and had one of their best quarters in a while. But like I said, the sentiment is starting to change, and now we're even seeing that front end sentiment, right? Semis were a little bit immune, or at least we're sort of holding up. Now we're saying, what's good enough anymore? Right? If you doubled the amount of money you were supposed to make in a single quarter, normally you'd be a hero as the leader of that company, and the company's stock should be soaring. Instead, it's now sold off. Well, not really sold off, but it's dropped all 3/4 of what it had gained overnight, and it's only up about 3% right now as we talk. So, so we'll come back to that. There's some economic data coming out. We'll talk about that in just a second, and then a number of earnings for today. Nothing that we normally trade. Probably American Express is the best one I can look at. Schlumberger, which is an oil producer, we'll look at that. Verizon also has earnings. So, all of that is to come. And then in play, like we mentioned, oil prices still, sort of a drag on the market, but not that much, right? This market is, it's interested in oil, but it doesn't seem to be that worried about it. We should be worried. I mean, I'm always worried when I go to the gas pump, let alone, about the cost of my products. But the market is sort of saying, yeah, whatever. There's a war. Oil prices are high. We'll just keep it on, baby. So, anyways, we'll see how that plays out for today. And if we get any news, right, before we hit the weekend out of the Iran conflict. We can't forget, by the way, as part of the Iran conflict, there's a lot of moving parts here, right? Because we had an attack on the tankers and those Red Sea tankers, which caused some concern. We have the continued U.S. military actions, and then yesterday, I think it was yesterday, the House actually voted to. They basically directed Trump to end the war in Iran, as some Republicans crossed the floor, or at least voted with the Democrats, and to give that direction. Now, the president hasn't usually paid attention to directions like that. So we'll see what happens. But, it shows a change in perhaps political landscape, slow change, but we'll see what impact that has. All right, so that's what we got.
All right, there we go, friends. All right, let's jump into it, guys. Gappers list by TradingTerminal.com. Let's see, the first one leading the gap up list is going to be ADVB. And this one, we saw it yesterday, if you guys remember. Up 27% today, 1 million shares traded. And if you look at the daily, it's been moving quite a bit. So, Peter, clearly in play again for their 5th day and as high as 26 here.
I am just so surprised that this thing has, continued to be in play. It just, I thought we would have been done talking about it days ago, but here it is. Now, they do have some additional news that it looks like they have some news on a clinical trial. We can't forget, this is still a biotech company. And because the news before wasn't anything about that, right? It was about the fact that they had changed some of their financing terms. But now it looks like they do have some news on a clinical trial on cancer detection. So some good news on some of the drug trials that they've got right there. And that is moving the ADVB. Wow, that's hard to say, Carlos. ADVB.
It is. Yeah, I get stuck with it sometimes here. Yeah, it is hard.
I'm going to call it adverb. This is adverb. Anyways, they've got 1 million shares traded this morning, up 28%. So, yeah, this baby is absolutely in play. I'm looking at the pre-market action, though. It's looking fairly slow. Like, despite the 1 million shares, I don't love it. So it's in play, but I don't know. I mean, I you know how I normally don't like to trade these anyways. So this one's not convincing me it's something I want to pay a lot of attention to. It's just the fact that it keeps showing up. It's confusing me. It's throwing me off.
Yeah, definitely. We'll keep it off, guys. But again, if you're interested in these low flow stocks, this one is clearly in play here. Less than 1 million shares flow. So this kind of shows you how low this flow is. Next, we have GEM, up 20% this morning. Also, is it all low flow this morning? Wow. The top 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are all low floats under, mainly under 10 million. We got one that's 10.7.
Did you see?
But all pretty low.
GEM? Interesting.
JEM.
Okay, I thought I heard you say GEM. I wonder if that was like
J.
I wonder if that was my language thing or your language thing. That's what I was trying to figure out. Anyways,
it could be. It was like when I went to put gas. I was like 18 or something. I went to put gas, right? And I tell the guy, we were broke. It was like 5 of us, like 4 of us. We were broke. Me and one of my brothers, and we had this Honda Civic. I told him put $4. Well, I said $4, and he heard full. and he's
Oh,
loading up the tank, and I'm like, "What's taking so long?" I look back, this guy said $20. I'm like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa!" I said $4. Why are you putting $20? I mean, we're young. And he's like, "Oh, I don't. That's all I got, man. I don't have anything else." So he ended up calling the cops, Peter, and this is a whole ordeal. But that was a big
wow.
language barrier. I said four. I said four. And of course, he was from the India in the Middle East, heavy accent, and it was just it was it was very interesting. It's funny now, but it wasn't funny back then. I was pissed. I only wanted $4, but yeah.
Mm.
So yeah, JEM. It's up here 20%, 4.3 million shares traded, and yeah, that doesn't look good, man. It does not look good at all.
Oh well, there you go. Well, anyways, but yeah, okay. Well, that language problem wasn't on your end then, and it's because I went to school in French, and I imagine like I mean, I would consider English my maternal tongue, I guess, because that's what we spoke at home.
Yeah.
But I went to school in French. I assume though you're probably a native Spanish speaker, right? What happened to you? You got on mute.
Oh yeah, so we came to the U.S. very young. So my parents all only speak Spanish. They know English now, but when we speak to them, it's all Spanish. But the learning we had was all English. So TV and everything. Once you have TV in English, that's your language, man. At a certain age, it doesn't. Yeah. When I tell people, yeah, I was born in DR, they're like, "You were born in DR?" Like they don't believe it because we don't have the DR accent, right?
No, you
So
don't. You
you don't pick
sound
it
like a
up.
native English speaker. Like
Yeah,
there's
it's
no
just you don't
accent or
get it.
anything going on
No,
there. But
no.
anyways, all
So
right. Well, anyways, okay. Well,
yeah.
it brought me back immediately when you said that. Anyways, we're completely digressing here. But the in French you got the J and the G, which are the J and
Oh,
G, and they're
okay,
like,
okay.
and it always used to throw me off when I was a kid because it's just slightly different in French, and it's almost like I always got the sounds mixed up. So J and G and J and G and anyways, whatever. But
Yeah.
here we go. JEM, which is oddly this company is 707 Cayman Holdings Limited. That should send off alarm bells. But anyways, I don't even know why this is on our list. We spent way too much time on this. Weird amount of volume traded on this, where we've got 4.4 million shares having traded on a stock that's got like a micro float. Like as far as I can tell, this thing has under 100,000 shares in the float. Like I see 10 million on one list here, but I'm not convinced that the float is that big. It doesn't really matter. This is like low float craziness, no matter how you count it. And it looks like they got a new capital raise, and they're issuing. Like it says that they're issuing 48 million new shares. I don't like what I don't like whether they have 10 million shares or less. I mean, they're going to
Yeah.
issue 48 million new shares. I, I don't know. I'm not quite sure what's going on. And it seems crazy because apparently they're going to be raising by issuing the 48 million shares. They're going to raise about $12 million. Well, wait a second. Hold on. Let me do the math on that. That's 25 cents a share. What on a stock that's trading $5? Remember that guy we were talking about yesterday? The guy who was
Uh,
running the deli in New
I had
Jersey?
a Paulsboro, I think it was the name.
Yeah, out of
Paulsboro, yeah.
Paulsboro. Yeah, yeah. Anyways,
Population of like
I wonder
15
if this is
people.
one of. Could this be one of his companies? Anyway, never mind. It
Yeah.
just feels sketchy. I'm not going anywhere near this thing.
Does feel very, very shady. All right, let's skip on that, friends. Here's one that could be interesting. Sky Q. Oh, no, never mind. This is not the Sky I'm thinking of. Sky Q here has also another low flow, has also been in play the last month, it looks like. So if you look at this daily, it's been pretty active. Yesterday had a big day. Today continuing on this move. 5.1 million shares traded. The float is 4.3. It looks like they actually got something going, Peter. They're selling some kind of bread or service here that's working. So looking good. Sky Q.
Yeah, and SkyQ is it's an interesting company. When you go to their website, Carlos, first you get a picture of the girl in the field. You get the anyways. But this is a company that is converting waste into sustainable oil, and they're doing some mining activities. So, you could put all the pretty pictures you want on your Sky Quarry website, but they're a mining company and an oil refinery company, and they're apparently going to be starting some refinery activity in Nevada. and that's why the stock is popping now because they're actually getting their refinery activities online. I don't quite know. I don't quite understand how what their business exactly is, but and how it works. But I guess I don't need to. All I know is that they're starting some refinery production, and that's got the market a little bit happy.
Yeah.
I for me, yeah, I'm not. I don't think I'm trading this thing.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just oh, what are they doing? So they're taking waste material like asphalt shingles and trying to turn it back into oil.
Mm,
Okay, cool.
okay.
All right. Hey, that sounds like a good thing to do. I wish them luck. But, hey, look, it's on our list. This is the company. Despite these refinery systems coming online, this is like a 4 million share float here, and they have 26 employees. So just keep in mind the relative size of this company. High risk all the way. No, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. That's the popcorn ticker of the day. It is moving pretty nice, guys. So for scalping, low flow traders, excellent. But again, if you don't have a strategy for this, please stay away. The company is questionable when the first thing you look at when you Google it is the most things people are asking is Skycore a real company, right? So it just kind of tells you these are the top things that are being asked when they're Googling this company,
Yeah.
right? What is it,
Yeah.
and is it a real company? So it kind of tells you where things going here. All right, so careful with that, friends. Just tells you it is a real company, but it can be very volatile for trading, especially with the strategies that we do here. Continuing on here, we do have Akan. Remember this one, Akan? Akan here is Akanda. It is up 20%, 474,000 shares traded. We saw this back, April now. I thought it was not that far back, but back in April, this thing shot up to 80 in a matter of a few days, and man, that was wild, and then came right back down. Hasn't done much all of June and into July, but today popping up a little bit here, but nothing really exciting. Volume is very light, even though they're up 19% this morning. I don't think this is really in play. Again, just hitting those numbers there to get on the list, but I don't think it's really in play today, Peter.
No, and hey, look, we haven't really talked about this type of industry in a while. Do you know what these guys do, Carlos?
I don't remember. I know we might have
You don't
talked about
remember?
it. No, I don't
Okay,
remember.
yeah. They are a cannabis and hemp cultivation company. So so basically they do hemp cultivation, so that would be for materials, and then cannabis, pot basically. So yeah, no clear catalyst. We don't know why it's moving. It could just be memeing right now, but yeah, the volume's not high enough to make it all that interesting. The jump is 19%. That's pretty significant, but there's no real reason for it. So I'm just going to stay away.
Absolutely. Same here. All right, friends, let's continue here. So we have a PN. What's this? PN on the list. These guys are up 16.5. Also low flow stock, 1 million shares traded. Hard to borrow SSR, 764,000 right now. But man, the daily just looks nasty. Like this is horrible. So I don't think it's really tradable. Yeah, I don't see how you could trade this. The last 2 days, you got a pop up with 12 million. The next yesterday with almost no volume. Yeah, I don't see anything good on this one, Peter.
I don't even know what's going on. This is a company called PN Smart Energy, but when I try and go to their website, I end up on a Chinese website for a company called SkyCorp. And even when I translate their website to English, it still doesn't really make much sense to me. SkyCorp, doesn't that sound like like it sounds like a movie where something bad's going to happen? SkyCorp is going to be doing something you don't want them to. But anyways, it's an energy services company. Apparently, they've got some contracts to provide energy for some AI data centers. Doesn't everybody? But I don't. Yeah, I don't quite understand. Again, there's a lot of conflicting information about what this company really is. Yeah, SkyCorp Solar Group. Interesting. So they do say that they're listed as PN on the U.S. stock market. So this is them, even though in the market they're listed as PN Smart Energy. I just don't like companies that are, seem to have a whole lot of pseudonyms going on here. But whatever the deal is, it's just from a trading point of view, just looking at the stock, it doesn't look great. I mean, their average volume is about 600,000 shares a day. They've traded just over that right now, but it's not enough. It's just not enough.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Don't like it. We'll leave this alone. Yeah, go ahead.
We can get to the big dog. Let's get to the big dog here.
Yeah, let's get to the big guy. We got two of them actually here, which is Intel and Oracle, right? And not ServiceNow is on here, STM. All the bottom ones, actually, all these down here are much, much better as far as trading goes. So let's get to Intel, what's going on there. And Peter, just a reminder, Peter's going to be, you're trading with PCT today. Just want to give you a heads up. Today you are with PCT. So I just wanted to prepare to leave. Yes, you are. And I just want to let you know because this way you can prepare for live trading with the P Capital Group.
You're right. I am.
Yes,
okay,
I'm always right, Peter. Even when I'm wrong. Even when I'm wrong, I'm right. You know, I'm just always right.
Yes,
it's just,
yes.
Yes,
dear.
Exactly.
Yes, dear.
Having flashback, Peter? Having flashbacks? Oh, we're both married. We know. Oh, boy. Love it.
Does that make you my work wife?
Yeah, I guess it does. All
right.
Here we go. All right, Intel. Let's go there, guys. Down 3.4. Up 3.4 this morning. 7.3 million shares traded. Big pop last night, Peter. Give us the latest and I guess greatest because we're not gapping down this morning.
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier. So, yeah, big gap last night on good earnings, right? So, look, they did whatever the market could have expected. Their revenue was good. Their earnings more than doubled the expected return. They showed increased pipeline. They say demand is strong. All that was awesome. So Intel, they almost had no choice. And it's amazing as we were watching this. Jared, who looks at the options chains, called the expected move at $12.50, and the stock closed almost exactly at $100. And look where it popped to. Right? Almost exactly $12.50 before it hit the peak and sold off. So, understanding options, by the way, can be very powerful, and it's excellent. And it's excellent information. There you go. There's Jared saying the expected move. Right? It's awesome. So, look, it called it. He called that in advance, and I said I didn't expect it to pop. I thought it was actually going to get a drop no matter what they said, but they forced the market into a very positive position. However, it sold off very quickly afterwards, and now we're only up about 3%, like I mentioned earlier, and it's holding here. So let's see if it can maybe make some more gains after the opening bell. But it's an interesting case and it's an interesting story here on Intel because, they continue to just be sort of the laggard in this sector, right? If you look at the daily chart, you can see, they're up near the highs. They're sort of set an all-time high earlier in May and June. They were enjoying some all-time highs, but compared to their peers, they're still very far behind. And right now, they're sitting about 30% off of the high that they had set back earlier last month. So, or at the end of June. So, it's one of these where they are, are they poised for a lot more growth because they're the laggard, or are they in a position where they're just never going to get that growth and they may be the first to drop because they didn't have that favorable opinion before? And Intel's also pretty uniquely positioned market-wise, right, which creates some question. They're 10% owned by the U.S. federal government. Because they agreed to, sell part of the company to them as a deal to get favorable infrastructure concessions so they can build some onshore manufacturing, which in of itself could be problematic because traditionally onshore manufacturing has been much more expensive than offshore options. However, this is one that either it's going to be a drag on them, right? Not only the cost of setting up these facilities, but the ongoing cost of operation, or it could put them at the leadership position in the industry if for instance, something happens over there in Taiwan, right? If China decides to go and try and take it over, which could severely, of course, interrupt the supply chain or cause just restrictions, right? If China takes a greater hand in that segment of the market, that could change the landscape dramatically. So it's really sort of, there's a lot of questions around Intel, right? Are they doing all the right stuff to position for the future, or are they putting themselves in an untenable cost situation? It's impossible to tell. They're making some bets, which you got to do as a company at times, and you can only applaud them for doing it. But it's just so uncertain as to whether it's going to pay off big time or cost them big. So one way or the other, Intel's just an interesting play. It's a shame it's not more interesting to trade. You guys probably know by now, Carlos and I both aren't big fans of trading Intel just because there's something about the way it moves. We've been in it so many times where it just looks awesome and you get in and then you've got to sit there for the next hour while the stock does absolutely nothing and drives you insane, and to the point where you're like, well, just stop me out already. Like, I'll take the loss, just make the pain end. And then sometimes it'll move and sometimes it doesn't. But anyways, Intel's in play today. I would suggest it's probably leading the industry. In fact, it's green, whereas a lot of the rest, Micron, NVIDIA, AMD, Broadcom, they're all red this morning. So, but it's not looking drastically red. They're just a little bit red. So, hey, look, Intel's the one that has the news and that I think is going to get some great action at the open. I just crossing my fingers and toes that it'll be tradable. It's on my list. I won't argue. Hopefully it's tradable.
Yep, absolutely. All right, see, Jared's ready to go. We got 1 minute or two. Do we have any data coming out, Peter, this morning before we get to Jared?
Yeah, we sort of skipped over that. I just was calling it up here. The big data point is really at 9:45 today, which is the S&P Global Manufacturing and Services PMI numbers. So they'll be coming out. You can see that we did have building permits, but the market doesn't usually care too much about building permits. And then we got new home sales at 10. So 9:45 and 10 are when we've got our data sets.
All right, there we go, friends. So we'll leave you guys in the chat room with Jared. Engineering the Market starts now. If you are on YouTube or Next and want to learn how to join, head over to bearwithtraders.com. So you can join Jared and the rest of the gang in the chat. All right, take care, guys. We'll see you a little bit later. And yeah, Peter, let's continue here. Maybe we want to go to our social post before we get to our gap down. Oh, no. Actually, before we do that, anything you like on the gap up that we haven't covered? We talked about Intel. I see Oracle now. But any other ones as far as gapping up this morning?
Yeah, I mean, look, while it's gapping up, I guess I've got to pick Tesla just because it was so beaten yesterday, down so significantly. We just look at that daily chart.
Yeah.
Tesla, yeah, just crushed yesterday. So I mean, you would expect it to be green, hopefully today, because if it was down for another day, good Lord, that would be horrible. But anyways, but I think it's going to be an inside day. That being said, an inside day, meaning it's going to trade within the bounds of the price range it set yesterday. That still gives you like almost a $30 range, right? Well, I mean, or $25. So lots of room to trade for today. I think Tesla, sitting green is in play. The other one is Apple, which is just a wild card for me. Apple, like we say, keeps doing the opposite of what the market is doing. Yesterday, we had some great movement on the market, and Apple was choppy. It was a horrible trade yesterday, in my opinion, and wasn't really good to trade. So I'm thinking, if the market proves to be choppy today, maybe we should turn and look at Apple because it'll probably be trading nicely. So it just always seems to like to do the opposite. So I'm going to keep an eye on it for that reason. And then Google was in play yesterday. It doesn't often have those multi-day plays, so I'm a little skeptical. But I feel like maybe I should watch Google just to see what's going to be happening with it. But from a gap up, Carlos, those are probably the highlights that I'll be keeping an eye on.
All right, gotcha, man. Definitely adding Tesla to the list this morning. I do like Apple. It's a hit or miss. We'll see what it does. I'm going to put in a secondary just to not forget to look at it and see if anything good is happening. We can always move that up. All right, friends, let's get to the social post today. See what we got going on here. Eamon did a great job of helping us out here. So, yeah, let's do that. Social post, Peter. I guess we've kind of been talking about this, but let's see what we got here.
Yeah, look, and we can do this fast because we've already talked about Intel, but his social pulse was all about Intel. Like I said, it's actually a big play. It's such an interesting story, and there's a lot going on. Like I mentioned, they doubled their earnings per share, delivering 42 cents when the industry was only expecting 21 cents a share. That's pretty awesome, and they beat their revenue by not a little bit, but $1.7 billion. And so they really, really over-delivered. And this is the best growth they've had in I think it's in like 16, 15 years or so. All right. Since 2011, this has been their fastest growth period. So, hey, look, they deserve to be up. The question is, like I said, how are they going to be able to translate this into long-term value for the company? They've got like I said, they're one of the worst performing semiconductor stocks in the industry in the last little while. And, it feels like if the market turns, right, are they going to be the last to move or the first to move? And that's tough to tell right now. One way or the other, they are the catalyst on this sector right now. And we're just going to have to wait and see. Wait and see what happens. So I'm watching Intel today. I don't have high hopes I'm going to get a great trade, but you never know. You won't know unless you watch it and jump on the opportunity if it presents.
Yeah, I think today's one of those days where, again, it might be great to put on the list and see what it does. So definitely I have it on my list as well as we get into today's trading. All right, let's see what's gapping down this morning, friends. Let's hop over there. First one on deck, ZVRA. So ZVRA this morning, it is down 27%. Not a whole lot of volume here, 491,000 shares traded, but not really a whole lot going on as far as movement in the pre-market. So it looks like they don't get a lot of volume either. If you look at the daily, their best day looks to be like 5.3 in the last few months here. So no significant volume. Float of 56 million. So it's kind of borderline low float. Not really. 56 million is actually quite a bit. Peter, I don't think this has the juice this morning to be on our list, but what's your thoughts on it?
What the hell? All right. So, the news is that there's a negative opinion on MIPLYFFA for NPC. Oh, of course. I mean, I hate it when there's a negative opinion on MIPLYFFA on the NPC. I mean, that's horrible. I have no idea what I just said. Yeah, it's terrible. Anyways, this is a this is a biotech company, Zevra Therapeutics, and they have some negative news on one of their drugs, treatments, whatever this thing with all these letter acronyms, and it's all capitalized, right? Like I'm just not saying it. It's like it's capital MIPLYFFA. Like it must stand for something, but I have no idea what. So whatever that thing is, it's negative. The stock's negative. It's not trading enough. I mean, I'm surprised it even managed to make our list here, Carlos. But yeah, no thanks.
Yeah. NPC is that movie, non-playable character or something like that. It's that NPC, right?
Well,
that movie that this guy did.
That's a video game thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
You always have NPCs everywhere, but
yeah, the whole movie of that was pretty good.
I don't think that's what that was you mean the Ryan Reynolds movie?
Yeah, that's a good movie. I like that movie. It was different.
I forget what it was called, but yes, where he sort of ends up finding his own
breaking out of the NPC whatever thing. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Anyways, I don't think that's the NPC they're talking about in this case. I've got to believe in the biotech sector it stands for something else. I mean, I think if I'm right, it stands for Niemann-Pick Type C. I still don't know what that is, but that's what NPC is in this case.
Yeah. There you go. All right, friends. Again, don't like it. We'll leave it alone. CHTR is next on the list, and CHTR is also 65 million shares float. They're down to a 9%. Charter Communication, and they've been getting just destroyed lately. Look at that in April, a big drop, and since then it's just kind of been dwindling down more and more. So not really tradable. I don't see how you trade this stock. 380,000 shares traded, Peter. I don't see anything good on this.
Yeah, and they did have earnings this morning, and they beat their numbers. They beat on revenue, delivering 13.5 billion in revenue when the analyst expectation was only 13. Well, I mean, I guess they beat by it was they delivered 13.53. The analysts expected 13.52. So basically, they were $10 million over. So that's good. They beat their numbers, and they beat earnings by about 70 cents, delivering $10.66 versus a $9.96 estimate. So they beat their numbers. However, they took the opportunity with the earnings to issue some secondary notes, And usually when you get a secondary, the stock goes down. So I think these things are offsetting, and that's what's pulling the stock down overall. So I don't think, yeah, I mean, I don't see anything tradable in this.
Yeah, I don't like it either. All right, let's continue, friends. Next one here, MXL. Some weird ticker names. MXL Max Linear is here today,
Yep.
And this is down 6.7. It's moving up in the pre-market, but it's down 6.7 still off the daily. 260,000 shares traded. What's the float on this? 82 million. But again, it just doesn't really look like it gets great volume. So another one that we're going to just probably chalk it up as well. Peter, unless you have anything to add here, that might change our mind.
It's another earnings play. They beat their numbers in quarter, but left their guidance unchanged. So you can sort of do the math on that, right? If you overachieved in this quarter, but didn't change your full year guidance, that would imply that your next quarter is probably going to be a little worse than expected, which is why you didn't change your total year guidance. So that's why it's gapping down, but not tradable.
Yeah. All right. We'll leave that there. And then, so again, not much coming off this gap down list. Next one is RAM, which is actually, you guys know, we'll skip on that one. So ETF for RAM and for DRAM. And then here's SKHY and SNDK. So let's start with SKHY this morning. Our recent IPOs maintaining, right? It's just kind of hanging out here. It did gap up yesterday, gapping down today, down 2.4, 1.8 million shares traded. They do get a lot of volume throughout the day, which is nice. And some days have been good. You've seen some really good long plays and short opportunities on this one yesterday. Not as great as it kind of went sideways for the most part. But there's been some better days for sure. So it's kind of like a hit or miss. You know, if you have the space, watch it. I do like to watch this one. I think it gets great volume. And when it does move in a heavy in one direction, there's some opportunities, Peter. So I'll be watching it this morning. Not sure there's any specific news to them, though, right?
I don't really see any. It's funny because when I look at the news, the biggest news I find is apparently the chairman of SK Group, Che Taiwan, he's 65 years old, just lost a court case in South Korea where the court ordered him to pay his ex-wife $644 million in a divorce payment. So yikes. I always get confused on the Korean dollar because the court basically ordered him to pay 1.38 trillion won and anyway, so yes. So that translates, I think, roughly to $644 million after he got some concessions and that. So in any event, one way or the other, neither he nor his ex-wife apparently are suffering too much because if he's able to make a $600 million payment to her. So yeah, clearly that divorce was not on friendly terms.
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, so
definitely not.
But yeah, that doesn't seem to be news about the company. But it's when I looked it up, that seemed to be the biggest news about the company. Otherwise, it seems to be business as usual for SK Hynix. Like you said, it's been some interesting trading. It's still new, right? We've only got about 2 weeks worth of trading experience under our belt on this. It does seem to be leveling for the moment, so we'll see where it goes. But yeah, I continue to keep an eye on it. But it's not doing anything especially interesting this morning.
Yeah, there you go. All right, let's see here. We do have the last one, I think. Yeah, SanDisk. So SanDisk is the last one on the trading terminal. Gap is still on the gap down. Gap up is growing a little bit more. I see SAP coming up here, some other ones. But SanDisk is down 2.4 this morning, and I'm assuming everything probably memory down slightly, Peter. As you mentioned, MU is down 1.2. And probably a lot of our usual suspects, NVDA you mentioned down as well. So nothing new here, just overall, weakness on this sector and memory. So
yeah, and I'm surprised to see this. Like the memory chip sector, they had a couple of green days, but they weren't hugely green. They're actually pretty small little candles. Despite the fact that there's been a lot of good news for them, right? SanDisk, for instance, has been, like there was that Gartner report. I think it was Gartner. Anyway, somebody produced a report early this week saying that they're expecting memory chip prices to go up 25% in the next several months. So
Yeah.
that would be good news for them, right? They're going to make more money on their existing chips, assuming that that's market accurate. Alphabet, as we know, or Google, doubled the amount of money they're going to be spending on capex. A lot of that's going to go to memory chips as they look to fit out their AI data centers. And overall, we're seeing increased demand as everybody's saying that they are moving, more money into capex to meet the demand. So nobody says that they're going to slow down their purchasing of chips. They just, they're grumbling a little bit that it's getting more expensive. But again, in the short term, that certainly benefits the companies that are selling them at an increased price. So, but but they haven't seen the benefit in their stock price appreciation. Now, we know that this is an expensive stock, right? This sits at $1,500, $1,600. So, it's a tough one to trade when you get up to those prices. That being, however, I still would expect a little bit better movement. And it really has been relatively quiet, all things considered.
Yep. It sure has. So yeah, my list, friends, I think we're pretty much set right now. I got my list here. We have Intel, Tesla, SKHY. We'll probably add some more there. We'll see what else sticks out that might make this list better for us. All right, I think we're set. Do we want to go to our fun fact of the day, Peter?
Yeah. Do you want to do a couple of just gap down as we're on the gap down list, and then we can
Yeah.
go to
Do you have anything gap down you'd like to add? Yeah.
A couple to mention. We're always keeping an eye on SpaceX. So I think these days SpaceX has actually been a good trader. So I think it's well worth keeping an eye on. And it's really sort of, from my point of view, cemented itself as one of the go-to stocks to watch when I'm not sure what else to watch, because it does give some good trading opportunity. Still don't know where it's going to go. Remember yesterday we were at the sort of all-time lows. And we were, speculating, was it going to break 110? And it held, but who knows what today will bring. So we're sitting at $117. So that's on the list. A couple of earnings that are gapping down that it's worth watching. So Verizon had earnings, and they, interestingly, sort of a mixed picture here on Verizon. Depending on what data you look at, they either missed or met their numbers by a little bit. So, because I'm looking at, over here in Earnings Whispers, they say that they missed their number, but if I look at my data feed, it said that they beat. So we got some very different numbers out there as to what they've actually achieved. So I'm not sure what's what. However, I can tell you, of course, that the stock price is down. And I see that a lot with Verizon and a lot of the telcos, right? The US-based, the Verizon, the AT&T, the T-Mobile. It doesn't seem to matter what their earnings are. They're always gapping down unless they post massively increased subscriber numbers, which is not what they've done. The quarter was good. They actually raised their full year guidance. So all that is good, but the stock is still gapping down. VZ is Verizon. You're looking at Visa right there.
So. Oh, yep. Thanks, Peter. Yep.
But anyway, so that's Verizon, VZ in my head for my Canadian friends. And the other one was American Express, AXP. American Express also had earnings this morning, which let's see, what did they do? They in the quarter, I don't have all of their numbers in yet. It looks like they beat on bottom line revenue. Remember that they announced they beat on revenue and beat their earnings. So it looks like they had a good quarter. About, what was it, like 2 weeks ago, they announced that they were going to be buying this restaurant booking platform called The Fork out of Europe. I ran into it, actually, this Fork, when I was trying to I bought my son some like restaurant coupons for his birthday, and ran into The Fork. But I guess it's like, I don't know. I mean, in North America, if I'm booking a restaurant, I go to Open Table. I guess it's the European equivalent. Anyways, but whatever. They apparently they're buying it. They're going to add it to the American Express portfolio. American Express has always been a confusing brand to me, because they have much more presence and influence than I feel like they should, based on how much I see them, active as a business in the marketplace. But anyways, look, they're a company with doing what is it, 80 billion dollars worth of annual sales. So obviously, they're doing okay. And but they don't do well as a trading stock. So down 3% today on only 100,000 shares. Probably not something we want to pay attention to unless you really, really love credit services. Yeah. So, anyways, those are the few that I want to mention just to complete the earnings picture because we're getting into more earnings. Obviously, it's a Friday, which means we won't have really any earnings after the close. But next week, we've got even more interesting earnings that we'll be talking to you about, and we'll cover those as we get there.
Yep, absolutely.
So.
All right, friends. We are all set. I do like SpaceX, the one you mentioned, so I did add that to my list. That's going to be on there. And let's go to our fun fact of today, and then
fun fact of the day.
Yeah, we'll get ready for levels and everything else. All right.
Okay. Yes. So, yes, and this is again, it's such pressure presenting Eamon stuff. So much work into it. And
yeah.
We're gonna talk about it. So, we've already talked about the first two, right? Intel and Reddit. Interesting stories. Where we've got Intel, which is they're making some big bets, right? And they're positioning themselves on the side of the government and making some bet in the U.S. to support the the current U.S. administration's stated direction of bringing manufacturing back onshore. But it's a big market risk, right? Because if that doesn't end up paying off or panning out over the next, and they need a long time frame, right? It's not a quick task to build onshore chip manufacturing or chip manufacturing anywhere in the world, right? It takes a long time to get things up and running, and to get things built out. So, but they're placing a big bet, and in that process, like I mentioned earlier, the government has taken a 10% equity or ownership stake in the company, which is an interesting mix of public and private sector engagement and involvement. Reddit, we've talked about as well, right? In this case, has their story is a little bit different, but where they're taking what you could consider public content and privatizing it by selling that content, right? Your conversations that you had to these private AI engines so that they could use it to train their AI. Now, like I said, this is just Peter's opinion, but I'm not sure that I want a bunch of, an AI trained completely off of the conversations they see on Reddit, because that doesn't really reflect reality. I mean, it would give you a very skewed view of the world if you think that's how humans always talk amongst each other. So, but anyways, that's there's some data in there that's being used. Just be careful with that. But all that leads to Eamon's sort of fun fact is tying it together. Back in on July 24th, this day in 1959, Richard Nixon and Nikita Khrushchev had what they called the famous kitchen debate, where they basically had an open debate or conversation about which is better, capitalism or communism, and which can produce better technology and living standards for its people. And it's an interesting conversation because people love to throw around the terms capitalism, socialism, communism, fascism, without really understanding what they mean and understanding the implications. Right? There's not a single economy on earth that is pure in any one of these areas. Right? The U.S., as much as it's capitalist focused, is not a pure capitalist society. Just like any of the communist countries are not pure communist, right? In terms of how they operate. Or if you were a pure communist country, you would never have a private enterprise. If you're a pure capitalist company, you would never fund public works. So there's a mix. All of our systems of government are some sort of hybrid of the pure school definitions, if you will, of them. But it raises the debate as to, where are we going? What is going to prove to be the most effective model? Right now, the U.S. and China are engaged in a similar debate to this kitchen debate that happened, all of that, like 60 years ago. Meaning that, China is investing heavily in their AI infrastructure and engine, and the U.S. has making a state in trying to invest in not only AI, but in chip manufacturing in their sector. So, we've got two big global superpowers approaching it from different philosophical perspectives, but with the same end, right? Making sure that they are able to provide influence and support for their people and their economy in the best way possible to leverage and take advantage of global expenditure and technology development. So where is it going to end? Who knows? In the meantime, we are trading the U.S. markets here, and we can take a lesson from that in terms of let's understand that when we're taking these trades, we're taking trades in a system that is driving towards outcomes for its people, but also outcomes for global technology development. So let's see where we're going.
All right, like it. Good stuff, man. Well done.
Wow.
Now, is that kitchen debate? Did it happen like in the kitchen? What was it called? The kitchen debate. I don't know why that's the case. Did it happen like in someone's kitchen or something?
That's a good question. I think because
I wonder if it did.
It didn't, but the setup was like it was supposed to be like two dudes talking over a kitchen table, right? Have a cup of coffee together.
Okay, yeah, I guess so.
And think of the times for 1959. They were like they were sort of saying, usually debates were much more formal. They were structured. This was supposed to be a casual conversation in both language and approach, which we're used to more because we have a lot more of those types of debates. But yeah, it was unique for the times.
Okay, gotcha. There you go. All right, friends. We're all set. I am looking at PLTR because you guys been mentioning that one in chat. So here it is, PLTR this morning. We are up slightly. I don't see anything exciting on it right now. So it actually looks pretty bad, actually. Pretty stuck sideways in this pre-market prep. But it is PLTR. It can move as it did the last couple of days here, do very well. So I like PLTR. I will put it on a secondary list, but I don't see anything great right now, though, as far as the pre-market action itself. All right, guys, your turn to give us some tickers of what you like, and we'll start pulling those up and see if we can add more to this list. But right now, Intel, Tesla, Sky. It's like, who does this? The guy from Bloomberg. I forget his name. He's on every morning. He starts at 7 a.m., I think it is. He still calls X Twitter. Like, every morning, he calls it Twitter. He calls it a tweet, and he's not like that's just
he's not
changing. No, he doesn't correct himself. It's like no, it's Twitter. It's never just X, never, and it's so funny.
You make me think of my daughter when she played competitive soccer. There was this coach that was getting beat up by the parents and everybody, and they were like, "Oh, it's a bad call. It's a stupid call." Right, and he finally got fed up, and he comes over where we were standing on the sidelines, and he yells at the parents. He's like, "I might be wrong, but I am not changing my mind."
There you go.
I love that. That's one of my favorite lines because he's like, you can think my call is wrong all you want. I am not changing my mind. You can yell at me till you're blue in the face." So anyway, your Bloomberg guy, he's like, "Look, I know it's not right, but I am not changing my habits.
He's not changing.
I'm calling it Twitter till I die."
Oh, it's hilarious, man. But yeah, SK Hynix. There we go. On my list, and I also have SpaceX, which again should be. You reminded me of SpaceX. We had a great trade on that yesterday, and let's see how it goes today. So let's see what you guys like this morning. So taking your tickers. MU is a good one as well. Look at it go here. So very active this morning. So if you like that one, you could definitely put it on deck. I think that's a good one to possibly watch. I think the price tag is pretty high on this one. I know there's tons of ETFs you can follow on this. Mu, you have MUD, you have all kinds of stuff you can look at. So, take a look at those. I won't be having it on my list this morning. Alex, you got a couple on here. Let's look at Now, because we didn't talk about that one. But Now, ServiceNow is also at a big drop yesterday, guys. So right out of the gates, huge drop, recovery, and then down some more, and it just kept going. So really had a very interesting day here. Look at the daily too. The last 2 days, it managed. Yesterday was very interesting, actually. It managed to gap up after selling down and sold off the entire day from the previous day, and then some. So I mean, there's just a lot going on here with Now. Volume is 700,000, so nothing great. It's funny. This is a New York Stock Exchange, which normally you don't get heavy volume like you saw yesterday and the day before. But I don't know. It looks good, man. I might add this to the list, Peter. What's your thoughts on Now?
Yeah, it was on our list earlier this week, and I didn't find a trade in it. It actually moved okay. Yesterday was it was interesting. Not easy because look at the big drop off the open, and then it bounced back. And I sort of wish I'd stayed with it because when it came back to the VWAP, I have to admit, around 10 o'clock, I was like, I think the fun's over. And but then it dropped and just sold off for the rest of the day. So I think I missed a good opportunity by not watching it. is that likely to, also play out today? It feels less
Probably not.
likely,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I am feeling like you got the FOMO
Yep.
because I missed out yesterday. So maybe you know what? I mean, if we've got space on the list, why not?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
never know.
Chris, Atlas is empty. I don't usually pull up Atlas until about 9:20 when it's ready to go to the market open, right? But so I haven't seen it yet. I'll take a look at it in a second. It shouldn't be though completely empty. There should be some stuff on there. All right, what else, friends? What else you guys like this morning? I like now. I'm gonna add that on there. I added. Did we add PLTR? I want to add PLTR to my secondary list as well. Again, just to see what's happening. Not much going on right now on PLTR, but I do like that ticker when it does get volume. Anything else? Okay. All right, pretty set then. All right, so let's head over, guys. Peter, I'm not sure if you have any other stories, any rants before we go to our Bearwood Traders announcements.
Everybody is like, we were having all sorts of conversations here in the chat, so I appreciate you guys being active. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up and give us a like. But I mean, you made me think of, you guys know the joke, right? Where you, what did what happens when a dyslexic, agnostic, insomniac, what? Oh no, I'm gonna get the joke wrong.
Don't mess it up. Don't mess it up.
I know.
Regroup.
I'm gonna get it
regroup.
Wrong. So, anyways, a dyslexic, agnostic, insomniac sits up all night wondering if there was a dog. Anyways, I ruined the joke. So, anyways,
no, it's still winter. It's still winter.
That joke. Anyways,
that joke.
Oh,
for sure, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
And anyway, other than that, Carlos, no. I mean, I think we've got a good day. I actually like these types of days. There's nothing particular that's moving the market. And I feel like going into this Friday, we've had good price action up to the day. We had all sorts of, sort of market level uncertainty over AI pricing, right? AI investment, obviously the war and oil prices, all of that combines to create, I think, uncertain movement, but we could get some varied price movement today. So I'm actually hopeful that we're going to get some good price action because I sincerely want to take advantage of it. Remember what I said earlier this week? My objective this week was to take every single trade I saw and be much more active. I have not done well in that. I have fallen back to old habits, and this is part of the learning that I wanted to do, right? So how do I break through these habits and get to become a more active open trader? Clearly, I still have work to do. So we're going to work on that, and maybe I can work on it with my friends at Peak Capital. So, Carlos, maybe I'll be coming back to you in an hour and a half at around 10:30 and be able to say, I took 80 trades. Well, that would be
yes, that's not happening, but yeah, I got you.
How about just 10 trades? Would be a massive number of trades for me.
Come back with two or three, and two or three.
Well, okay.
and that'll be happy.
All right,
Peter, for you, that 3 trades will be good. They'll be good.
True.
Sometimes,
that's true.
For the morning, for an hour, that's good enough. Let's start there.
We'll see what happens. All right, we'll see what happens, one way or the other.
All right, here we go, friends. Today's Friday. Peter's going to let you know what's happening today, and then we'll let you know how you can join our amazing community over at bearwoodtraders.com.
Yeah, well, it's a quiet Friday because this boot camp meeting that normally happens on a Friday, Mike is traveling today, so he actually did it yesterday, and he was telling us how he had a very, very good session. So he'd emailed everybody who was participating, so they knew about it and were able to attend. That's, by the way, if you haven't signed up for a P Capital boot camp and you're interested, it's an intensive 3-month training program to help you sort of train for the long term. How do you trade for a living, right? And that's really what we want to help people understand and to teach. So P Capital Trading gives you that opportunity, gives you a funded account, so you can actually earn back the cost of the whole 3 months of boot camp activity with that funded account. But the objective is really for the learning. Bearable Trading is the community where you can join to talk with like-minded traders throughout the trading day. We have all sorts of material, training material, and webinars available for you. Go to bearabletraders.com. As Carlos is showing you here, there's a number of membership options that can have you in that community. Engineering the markets happens live in the morning. Jared is doing that right now for all of our Bear Bull Trader members. Brian, of course, and Andrew trade live through the open. They're very busy all morning, let alone all of the live traders that are all day, including myself and Mike and Kyle and Eamon and the rest of the gang that are there through Paris and Gary, and we got all sorts of great traders that can show you their styles and different perspectives on the market. So it's very, very valuable. So check it out, bearbulltraders.com, and click on scroll down to find the memberships. So, Carlos, I know you want to set some levels. I am going to go visit our friends at Peak Capital, like you reminded me. So thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
And I'll see you back here about an hour after the open, and we'll see how things have gone.
Absolutely, my friend. Take care. Trade safe. We'll see you later. All right, guys. Let's get into this Intel, Tesla, Sky, SKHY, and SpaceX on deck. Secondary list: Apple, now PLTR, and Sky Q low flow, which is very, very active this morning. All right, let's start here. Let's start with Intel. Let's get some levels in place today. I think Intel can actually trade very well. Good volume, guys. 9.1 million shares traded, and if you look at the daily on Intel, these guys get tons of volume. I mean, this is 140 up here, right? So 140 million. So you see how much volume they're getting. Again, not always do they trade that volume in a nice, clean, directional way, but the volume is there for sure. 102.19 is the low of the pre-market. Once you do that, you're pretty set. You do have the high being the highs from exactly 2 days ago, almost to the penny, but not a little bit lower. So you don't have to worry about the high of the pre-market there. That is set for you as well. If we do go higher, the next daily level I see that has a couple of touches is going to be 109.27. And then below the previous day close in the last 2 trading days, highs and lows, the next one I see is down over at around 97. Is there anything else? 97, 97. Anything else that looks better? Not quite. No, 97 is the one that we have there. So that is Intel. Let's go over to Tesla, man. Big drop yesterday. Look at this. This is not fun. And we haven't been down here in quite some time. I was looking at this earlier. If you go back, this is August of 2025. So it's been a while since we've been down in this area. Let's get some levels towards the bottom here. We do have our highs and lows being marked already. If we were to lose that, the next level we have on the daily, let me just get a good look here. It's around roughly 310. Below that, just in case. I mean, this will be crazy. 306. So we'll see. But that's what we have for the most part as far as levels goes. And I'm going to mark down the high of the pre-market right now, 324. We did try to recover a little bit, but we're heading right back to the previous day close. So heading lower right now, giving away the gains from the pre-market session. So really like Tesla, I think today heavily in play, guys. And wow, look at that drop yesterday. So it should be interesting. I didn't think they were going to go past this area here that easily, but they did. Blew right through it yesterday. And today, we'll see what is going to happen. Is it going to bounce, or is it going to continue? SK Hynix is next. And here, friends, recent IPO, of course, not a whole lot of levels. So I'm just going to worry about marking the high and the low of the pre-market. I think that's all you really need. The rest of the levels are all automatically marked for you. Low of the pre-market, 163.69. The high is over, 163.70. The high is over 167.14. And that's all you need, right? You got the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days on there. I don't think you need to add anything else. So we'll see where this goes. Gets great volume and can trade very well. So we'll look forward to having that on our list this morning. SpaceX, new low yesterday, friends, down at 110. 110.89 is what I have here. Could actually be 87. But man, big drop. Was a great trader yesterday. We took advantage of that. Towards that 112, and it went even lower. So also became a great reversal stock. So if you were waiting for the stock to turn around, it did a beautiful reversal. They come back up here, and look how well that traded. So again, SpaceX looking pretty good. We'll have that on deck this morning. And as far as levels, let's remove some of the old stuff. High of the pre-market this morning is probably all you need. The high and low is probably all you need here. So we're going to do the low of the pre-market, 115.77. The high is just below the previous day close at 118. And I don't think you really need to do anything else because there's no other information down here, right? You don't have anything else below that 110. So I think with that, you are pretty good when it comes to SpaceX. What day is today? Wow, look at that. That is fast. That is fast. So, engineering the markets for those that are members of the Lambus and Garbage Truck family. Engineering the market gets posted. The recording that happened this morning from 8:30 to about now gets posted every morning for you guys. So you guys can catch Jared's analysis there. So I just saw that get posted there. So that's pretty quick turnaround. You can see what's happening, in his end from as far as a market view. All right. That is SpaceX. That's our list, guys. Four tickers. Pretty straightforward. Intel, Tesla, Sky, SKHY, and SpaceX. And I don't think we're missing anything else. I think we're pretty set. Apple now and PLTR on the secondary list. Let's take a look at those and see if any is worth moving up. Apple, no, not really. Now, ServiceNow, again, yesterday was awesome. We get half of what it did yesterday today. That can be really amazing. So there's yesterday's action on Now. The day before also did trade very well to the upside. No, that's not it. To the downside, right? To the downside. Yeah, to the downside. Some more downside. And then after hours, it gapped up and it moved right back down yesterday, even lower. So maybe we'll move this up. I'm not sure. I'm on the fence on it. I don't think we're going to get that lucky again and get another great day like we did just yesterday. But we'll keep it there. Keep it on the secondary list. I think that's where it belongs. And then the other one you guys mentioned was PLTR, but I don't see anything great on PLTR. I know it had a couple of spikes here. I'm not sure if the price actually moved or the wicks just showed up. But for the most part, I don't see not that much volume. 757,000. I'm not seeing anything great on PLTR this morning, so we'll leave that one alone for now. All right, friends, we are ready for the market opens in about 20 minutes. If you guys see anything great, let me know. Peter is trading with P Capital today, so if you're just joining us and wondering where Peter is, he is trading with P Capital team today. So every morning, P Capital, we go on Google with them, and it's nice because it's a Google meeting, so you can actually hear and see other traders and ask questions. So it's a great way to start the live trading every morning. Any questions, friends? VIVK from our buddy Rican XD. VIVK, what is this? What's going on with VIVK? Let's take a look. Oh, this was in play a couple of days ago. Yeah, so here it is. So in play a couple of days ago, I'm assuming, yeah, low flow ticker, and looks like today's trying to go for another run. Already up 51%, 35 million shares traded, low flow stock, guys. So be very careful. Hard to borrow, and of course on SSR, given the drop from a couple of days ago. So be careful on it, guys. But heavily in play. Great volume as it's pushing higher, trying to get to that high of the day this morning. SkyQ, I do have that. That's the popcorn ticker for today. Let's see what it's doing. So it started very good this morning, very active. Did hit 713, back down this morning, and it seems like the volume just died down. The volume seemed to just kind of quit here a little bit. So we'll see. It's done that a couple of times. It did it here. Picked up again, had the new break of the high there, and then it kind of dwindled down again, going sideways. So let's see at the market open what it does. But this is one that's heavily in play this morning into our pre-market again. Also, a low flow ticker. David, no. So usually anything we put in the popcorn stock is tickers that are showing great volume or active, like this one, and the one we just mentioned could be on the list as well. VIVK is another one that's very active. We do have very little low flow traders. We don't have many. We don't really focus on it. But when we have stocks like this, we point them out for those that want to watch it. For me, it's just entertainment purposes only. I do like to see a stock up 60% and climbing. That's always fun, right? Am I going to trade it? Absolutely not. I don't have a strategy for it. There's nothing wrong with it, but you got to have a strategy for these type of trades. And you're seeing Vivacor is the name of the company, VIVK. Rocking, look at that, 70%. No halts, reminder, no halts in the pre-market, so this won't get halted. No volatility halts, that is. It can always get halted if there's any pending news or anything of that nature. But right now, volatility-wise, it can keep going with no problem. There's no stopping it here. So let's see what it does. As it hits 364 as the high. and we'll see if it can continue. Last couple of days, it did hit 960, and then it came crashing right back down, closed around 258 or so. Why the Intel did not move pre-market? I think Intel is just where it needs to be. I think you had the pop yesterday, right? Positive news, but the pressure. I think the pressure overall with how AI and tech. I mean, the tech sell-off. I think in the last couple of days we lost, was it 797 billion? Is what I saw in one day. So with the Max 7s. So the tech sell-off is heavy. That's going to influence a lot of these companies in the tech sector. So I think even with the great news, there still is the question of how much is this AI situation going to rally? How much is it really worth as far as the return on investment? Are we spending too much? Are we priced just right? So I think you have that pressure with Intel for sure. So even with good news, they did react yesterday, but they're right back down this morning. Still green, still up 2.3. So I think that's good when everything else is slightly in the red for the most part. I bought Intel in the pre-market. Hope it will go to 113. Yeah, it's a good buy. I think there's a couple of companies that are getting into a good price. I mean, if you believe SpaceX is the next best thing in 5 years from now, this price of 113, the price yesterday of 110 is really good. It's a really good price if you think it's gonna carry over. We spoke about Reddit earlier today, so Reddit as well sold off on some news. Right now, it's not doing a whole lot. It's not really a great intraday trading stock, so I usually just keep it off the list. I don't think it looks great here. What do you think Tesla will do? Are we going to see 303? Yeah, Tesla's in trouble, man. Tesla's in trouble. Tesla needs to figure it out. Tesla is, I mean, just look at this drop yesterday. It's just insane. So it gapped down, had a big gap down, as we know that, and then sold off in the pre-market. Then the market opened and sells off some more. Like, it's just the weakness on this one just keeps on going. So yeah, not fun with Tesla. Yeah, I'm not sure what to tell you, man. Is it gonna go lower? What do I think? First, I don't have no idea. Who knows? This could be where it bounces from, but I have no clue. We have no clue. You just never know. I think it's possible, but again, we've been here before, and we had this V reversals in the past, right? So it could be one of this type of situation where you start changing direction, but yeah, it's who knows, man. 306 is not far fetched because this stock can move $30 very easily, $20 very easily. So yeah, so 306, 303, that's not far fetched at all. What else we have? Anyone watching oil because it's Friday? It is Friday. It'll be interesting to see how things end up here after the bell and into the close. Peter. Yes, Peter went to trade with P Capital, guys. So Peter's with P Capital. Yeah, we missed Eamon today. We always miss Eamon. We miss Peter. Great guys. Day trading is price action, not prediction. Exactly. Yeah, that's really it, right? So I try not to go in with a bias on any of the stuff that I trade. It's just trade whatever the price action is. So I have friends who come and ask me, what do you think about this stock? And I'm like, I have no clue. Like, you could roll a dice, flip a coin. Like, I have no clue. Like, because they know I do trading, but they their idea of trading, they think that I'm an analyst. Like, they see me probably like an analyst. Oh, no, I don't have no idea. You know probably more than I do on where the stock is gonna go. I have no clue. I'm just waiting for the market open and trading the price action, right? As a day trader, that's what we do. So yeah, I have no clue. All right, Intel, Tesla, SKHY, SpaceX for me today. And we'll see what our team is watching in chat. I see Brian is ready to go. He's got his screens there all set. Looking at some scanners from tradingterminal.com. And once I got a list from them, I'll let you know. So right now it looks like Brian, his list is got put up here. Tesla, AMD, CHTR, Intel, SPY, and the Qs. What's AMD up to? AMD right here, up 1.5, 631,000 shares traded. Yeah, yep. AMD. So that's one of the ones he's watching. I don't like AMD. I don't like the way it trades no more. Price is not that bad. 547 is not that crazy like a 900 like MU. I just don't like the price action anymore. It was really nice before, but not anymore. Definitely changed the way it moves here. All right, let's get our 1 minute. Let's get my market atlas. Let's not forget to do that. I'm gonna go ahead and open up market atlas and get ready to go here, friends. Let's see here. Where are we? Market atlas. Awesome. Friends, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. Really appreciate it. It does help us out a ton. So hit that thumbs up. And if you're new to the channel, subscribe. We are live every single morning with Peter, Eamon starting the day off. And then we go into Eamon and Kyle. Then we go into Mike comes in at 10:30. So we got a bunch of people that come in here. And also after 12, we're done here. But we continue in our chat room over at bearwoodtraders.com. So definitely subscribe, hang around, and come back next week as well. All right, what's here it is, my atlas. Excellent. All right, so we got atlas good to go. Let's get our tickers in atlas, and we'll be ready for this Friday. Summer market is always a slew of hands and fake outs. Yeah, you know what? This year we are definitely feeling the summer trading. There's no question. We didn't feel it before though. No, we didn't have it before. Summer trading was not a thing after probably the pandemic or something. It was not a thing. It was gone. It was dead. Like summer was great all the time. But this July, this June, we have seen a different style of trading. At least I have. Again, I can only speak for myself. I can't tell everybody else is watching. If you're watching the right stocks every single day, it might not feel like that. Right? If you watch the right stock every single day, like let's say you're watching 4 stocks and all those 4 stocks are always trading well, then summer for you is not a thing, you know. But I watch about 6 to 4 stocks every day, and mostly only 1 or 2 are okay. The rest are choppy, right? Last year was not like that. All 6 were great. It's just which one were you going to pick and were you going to be in the right direction? You know what I'm saying? So I think that has been the case for the last couple of years. This year has been a little bit different. We're seeing a lot of chop, even with news, even with heavy news. Like the choppiness has been a little bit more significant. So nice. That's right. You're driving into the East Coast, Mike. Safe travels. Please tell me your wife is driving. Just and that you are not behind the wheel, given your few riding experiences lately. All right. Carlos says AMD and MRVL bank my best tickers the last several. Oh, okay, bank my best tickers the last several months. Great. I mean, yes. Hey, it depends on what you trade, right? AMD could be a good one. For me, I just don't like the way AMD trades. Yeah, she's driving most of it. Sweet. Yeah, July started rough. July started really rough in the end of June, but then like July after the second week, it got pretty nice. It's been really nice the last 2 weeks. So it's like we're back into some good trading. So let's hope that continues. At least for the stocks we've been watching, SPCX, PLTR, INTC. I mean, we had some really great trades lately. So let's hope that continues. Just because I play the price action doesn't mean I don't have a plan. Yeah, you got to have a plan no matter what. I mean, you got to have a plan. You got to have a trade book. You got to have a plan. The entry, exits, stop outs, you know. You got a plan. You can't just wing it. It might seem like you're winging it, but, you know, you got to have a plan, of course. If you don't have a bias, how do you grade the setup and take size accordingly? It depends. Like, for example, like Eamon does have a bias when he goes in. So it all depends on your trading style. See, and this is where trading becomes very difficult. Everybody does it differently, and you could be right. It could work for you. You know, there's not one size fits all, man. This is not a cookie cutter system, unfortunately, and this is what makes trading hard, right? If I could teach you how to land a plane easier than teach you trading, because there's only one way to do it. There's no 30,000 ways to land a plane. No, there's one way to do it. Follow the damn glide slope. Here's the speed you need to be at. Here's the descent rate, and you need to hit the touchdown line, the threshold. That's it. 60 knots per mile, turn off the reversers, step on the brakes. It's one way to do it. Trading, hundreds of ways to do it. So, and it's all based on your personality, right? So just think about that. That's what makes trading hard, is how many different ways can you do it, and you're not wrong. But the way you do it is not going to work for me, and vice versa. And that's the thing. So, you can learn to fly a plane easier than how to teach you trading. I'll tell you that much, right? Just kind of tells you the level of difficulty this is. So, and that's because how many different ways we could do this thing, how many different ways you could do this thing, and you could be right. Yeah, that's what many people want to do, trade like Andrew, but not everybody could trade like Andrew. Not everybody could trade like Brian, Mike, Peter, That's the problem too. You might want to trade a certain way. You might want to trade a strategy. I had this one guy, and 6 minutes to the market opens, friends. I had this one guy that was mentoring, and he wanted to do the 5-minute ORB like I do. He's like, no, I want to change. And he wanted to get away from like the 1 minute ORB. He wanted to do the 5-minute, and it just wasn't working for him. He would constantly, the market opens, he'll be taking the 1 minute ORB, but he was making money. So I told him, dude, I get it. You want to trade the 5-minute ORB because you feel like it's more planned, there's more time to think, blah, blah, blah. But you're making money. Every time you take the 1 minute ORB, you're trading it well and you're making money. So you are a great 1 minute ORB trader. I know that's not what you want to be because it feels scalpy and it feels a little bit slimy. You want to have like a little more time and whatever. But listen, your final scorecard is, are you making money consistently? And if you are, then that's what it is. Sometimes the way you want to trade doesn't match the trader you're going to be best at, right? And that's another challenge, right? We could have a whole webinar about this because it is so much that is involved with your style of trading and so forth. All right, we're set, friends. A couple of minutes to the market open. I got my list ready. I got my levels ready. I got my market atlas ready. Let's take a look at what our team is watching. So I gave you Brian's, but I'll give it to you again just in case you missed it. He's looking at Tesla, AMD, CHTR, which I believe we spoke about it earlier. Is a low flow stock, CHTR. Let's take a look. CHTR. Oh yeah, look at the drop. Not a whole lot of volume, but maybe at the market open you'll start getting some volume on this one. But yeah, this is in play for sure. No, it's not a low flow actually. 65 million shares flow, so it's not a low flow. And then Mike, no trades for Mike, as we mentioned, he is traveling. Kyle, Intel, SpaceX, and Tesla, very tight list. Andrew, SkyQ, Intel, Tesla, SpaceX, and AMD. So there's the list, friends, of our moderators over in chat. Brian and Andrew getting ready to trade live. I see their screens here, so I can see what they're taking this morning. And yeah, let's rock and roll. Let's rock and roll. American, I think YouTube doesn't like your comment. YouTube doesn't like. I guess they don't like the below. Below is not good. They can't say that on YouTube. They'll block you. But you said nothing bad, so we'll show you here. We'll unblock your message. Yes, friends, get your affairs in order. You found the plots reminding us, so go ahead and get your affairs in orders. Market open about 2.5 minutes here. We'll see what the action is. First thing I'm looking for, so you guys know, is a 1 minute ORB engulfing pattern. That's the only pattern I trade for the 1 minute ORB. And it's preferably near the VWAP, above the VWAP to go long, below the VWAP to go short. And the next one will be a 5 minute ORB. And after that, we'll be looking for any VWAP breakout. So that's the plan. That's the strategies. As SpaceX takes a drop. We're going to get another short on SpaceX today. Look at that. We're going to get another short play back to 110. It treated us well yesterday. I'm going to be looking at that for sure. Yeah, Tesla, SpaceX front and center today, guys, for sure. For sure. All right, let's see here. Okay, market atlas is good. We are ready to rock and roll. Joshua, agree. Patience today for sure. Emmanuel Antonio Evangelista 3914, longest username we have. Good morning and welcome, my friend. Good to have you. Andy, good morning. Brian Short, earnings dump, old economy cable, ground and sky. Okay, nice. Nice. Andy, green day to you as well. Let's start the Friday off right. Hymns. Quick look at him, see what's going on. Hymns, just start to move. So not much right now, but this start to move right here. So careful. Good morning, Shri. Iron EREN dumping. This one has been in play. Oh, look, it gave back. It went to 43, right? 43 is giving some back this morning. I don't have the space for it, so I'm going to leave it alone for now. Morning, Mr. Banker 76. Good morning, Yukar Razan. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. If you're wondering, Peter is out with P Capital today, so we'll be missing him for the market open. He's going to join us a little bit later, about an hour or so, but he's trading with our P Capital group in a very small group there that trades live together. That happens every morning, so if you want to join, head over to P Capital Trading for more information on that. All right, here's the bell, guys. Let's get it done. See where the action is. SpaceX front and center, waiting for the level 2 to develop and tell us where the supply and demand is. I'm using Market Atlas for that. I think that is where you can make the better decisions. There is 115 showing tons of orders, 21,000, 25,000 coming in heavily at 115. We'll wait for the up and down madness to kind of settle down, and then we'll see if we can get a short play here on SpaceX. For some reason, I'm short bias on SpaceX. I think it's gonna go lower. But let's see. Let's see if the indicators give us that confirmation, right? So I did mention it, Frank. I did mention get your affairs in order today. Yeah, I did mention it. I did. I said it. I said it earlier. Carlos, your RB took me 2 years to make profitable. Oh man, look at this. It's just shot down. It's not. I think it was an opportunity. That's just going. No chance. Let's see if it kind of. 2 years is not bad, man. That's actually pretty good. That's actually not bad. So, one strategy, especially that one where it takes time. That's not bad, man. That's, without knowing how much all the details, I think that's successful, man. 2 years is awesome. Now you can work on getting another strategy on as well if you like. Oh, come on, SpaceX, what are we doing? I'm gonna wait for a 5-minute ORB on this thing. I'm gonna wait for it. It's pulling back now. And let's see first the VWAP. It might want to go up, retest the VWAP, and then maybe reject the VWAP, come back lower, maybe something like that. We'll be on the lookout for it. I like SpaceX. SKHY, nothing. Tesla did do an engulfing pattern on the one here, and a small one, not ideal, but did drop here, did go red, and man, the weakness continues for Tesla. The weakness continues for Tesla. Apple on my secondary list, man, really strong, pushing higher. So Apple doing its thing here, and that is good. Where is SpaceX? I don't see anything I love yet, guys. So now 3 minutes in, I'm gonna be looking for like a 5-minute ORB now. Yeah, Apple. I had Apple on my secondary list, so I wasn't really looking at it. And look at that, it's one of the best movers so far this morning. On the 1-minute ORB, nice pullback, and then the push higher. That's great entry there. Nothing yet, friends. Oh man, Dustin, that sucks. uh, I thought Intel was gonna fly. Let's take a look here. All right, SpaceX did a nice pullback. It is setting up for a nice possible short here. It might give us a hard time like it did yesterday. Eventually paid off, but a couple of times when it tried to break the low, it gave us a hard time. Went back up to the VL. We got stopped out twice, and then we got the big move. So might give us a couple of tough plays here, but let's see. I wish this would have happened closer to the 5 minute, but we're still at the 4.5 here. Looking for a 5 minute ORB. I want the 5 minute range to be created, and then I want to go short for that 5 minute ORB breakdown. That's the plan. Looks like it wants to break down before though. 15 seconds. Just wait. Hold the line, SpaceX. Hold the line. We need our setup. Level 2 right now for SpaceX, by the way, is not as weak as yesterday though. So yesterday was very, very weak. It is more bearish for sure, but it's not as weak as yesterday. So we'll see what it does. All right, let's see. Oh, looks like John is connected. John, you're connected, but I had no idea. Hold on a second. Okay, there we go. I had no idea you were connected, John. I got you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, fellas.
Okay, there we go. Oh, sorry, man. I didn't know you was connected there.
I just took a Tesla long. I got out of break even, so it was a break of like 322, went up to almost 323, came back down.
Oh, what's going on? Okay, here we go. I'm short SpaceX, and then you're long Tesla. You said?
No, I was long Tesla.
Oh, was long Tesla. Okay, gotcha. All right, I'm sure SpaceX, guys. Because I think this could turn out pretty good here. So sure, SpaceX. And we'll see if we can get. It's looking a little more bearish in Atlas. Not huge, but it's getting better. Hopefully that we can get to 113. That'll be awesome if we could do that. So see what it does here. John, how's it going, man? How was your morning so far?
Oh, not bad. I wasn't really even going to trade today, so we'll see if there's anything good out here.
Gotcha, man.
It's looks like a pretty dull day. You know, anything could happen. It could change, but it's kind of like low volume across most of my watch list, to be honest, like very low volume in some stocks. The R-vol on like NVIDIA's 45%, Apple's 37%, the market overall is 46. So it's just not a lot of interest today.
Yeah, it is Friday as well. So a summer Friday. Again, summer trading I think is a thing this year around. This time around. EOZO1RH. It sounds like some kind of pharma drug, but no, man. Listen, so we do teach step by step, of course, not what we train live, but we try to, but it's very difficult. But that's what Babel Traders is for, right? If you go over to our website, we have videos going step by step, like from one-on-one stuff all the way to the advanced stuff. So that is what our community is all about, right? Getting you all set up and ready to trade. So if you want to know more about trading and what we're doing here, head over to Babel Traders and you can learn a lot when it comes to actual more educational type videos, right? So all right, let's see here. Long Apple, NVIDIA. 80% of the go. Nice, Chris. Good job. Good job. Good job. All right, looks like we might be getting the drop here. Let's see. On SpaceX, we're struggling to break this 115. Struggling to break that. Apple became a nice long. Apple did become a nice long. Look at the breakout there. So that is sweet. You guys are giving me Amazon. Let's take a look what's going on with there. Amazon this morning. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Came to the VWAP, trying to engulf on the 5 minute. Volume seems, I don't know, seems slight or no, or it's just me. Seems low volume right now. Yeah, I don't love it at the moment for Amazon for a VWAP breakout here. So actually, kind of might be failing. SpaceX having a hard time breaking this 115. We've been to it a couple of times. This will be like the 5th attempt in the last 5 minutes. Let's see. Hood hat news. Hood. Yeah, Hood is taking a dive here as well. And a great short today on Hood if you took it earlier. All right, looks like SpaceX might want to break it now. Come on, you could do it. John, you're gonna take a long position on SpaceX when it drops lower. What's your plans? Or are you not dabbling in this one?
I saw a funny meme this morning that I'll have to send you. It showed.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what's really lame is trying to explain a meme like in words. So I'm not going to do it. But if I can find
you got to just show it. Yeah.
I don't know. Basically, the joke was everybody's waiting for it to go below 100, and then everyone in the world is going to buy. So it's like if we all have the same idea. I've heard so many people say, "I want to buy around $80. I want to buy below 100," and it's like, interesting.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean.
Do the opposite of everybody says. Oh man. So I don't know. No, but I was thinking of like getting some now. Like maybe let's say, a third of one I want to be in to start and then just add. I mean, maybe I'm feeling some FOMO. I don't want to be here, 6 years from now saying, damn, we had it at 110, John, and we didn't do anything with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. Part of me wants to say you could buy it at this price, you'll be happy, 5 years from now. I do think that's true, but who knows? Who knows? I saw Google has a 6% interest in it though. So there's some big players in it. If Google owns 6% of SpaceX, it's not a dumb company. There's some really big investors that have money in this, and they want to get a good return. And right now, everybody's. Well, we don't know about the early investors. We don't know what price they have really, but everybody from even the
135
was 135, right? So everyone's underwater that bought it after it opened. So and really underwater because really like anyone retail couldn't buy it till 150. That's where it opened up.
Yep. I'm trying to hold off for 114. We're 114.38 right now, but 114 is where we got the big numbers for my first partial. I'm trying to work on being more patient. John, you speak about this, about the expected move and waiting for it. You speak a lot about this. I'll be hearing you in chat. Because you're in chat at 11, I think it is. No, 12. No, 1. I don't know, but I hear you every day in chat. And you talk a lot about this, waiting for the potential move the stock can make. And I'm trying, man. I'm trying. I'm like, John is on today. I got to show him that I could wait for the move. Oh, man. So here it is, 114.
Yeah, I mean.
But you're right. You're absolutely right. You got to.
I never understand why traders get so Well, I understand why they feel this way, but you have to get past this in trading. You have to stop worrying about making money every day. And you have to understand that, like,
Yeah, yeah,
red days are going to be so prevalent. They're going to be so common that the idea of not taking a trade and just ending your day with the same amount of money you started with is a complete victory. You know, that there's three outcomes. There's a red day, a green day, and there's, you know, you didn't take a trade day. And so there's nothing wrong with that, you know.
yeah, yeah. Agreed,
Whatever.
agreed.
Sleep well at night. Put your head on your pillow and be happy that your account is the exact same size as it was in the morning.
I cannot disagree with you more, or can I agree with you more? That's what I meant to say. All right, let's see.
Whatever it is.
I'm gonna take a partial here. Yeah, I'm so focused on the 114 here, just in case it bounces. So we're taking a partial there, 114. Couldn't get 114. It struggles. A lot of orders there, as you're seeing here. You're just kind of we did go through a lot of it. See all of this, so we did try to actually break through it, but you know it held, and then we're getting a little bit of a bounce now, and we'll see if we're going to retest, right? So let's see what happens. So partial there, and right now we're getting the bounce here, as you see.
So what I was really hoping to do with SpaceX, Carlos, is I bought some Tesla down around 250 a while ago, over a year ago, and I sold about half of it up around 430.
Yeah.
And I was hoping that Tesla and SpaceX would go in opposite directions. Like Tesla would go back in the 400s, maybe the mid 400s, and SpaceX would go down. And then I was going to sell the Tesla and put it into SpaceX and just switch companies. Yeah. But now they've both gone down. So my buying power that I've left, you know, using that Tesla stock is a lot less than it was. So I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, man, I feel like I gotta buy some. Are you guys buying some in chat? What are you guys doing? In fact, this will be a good poll. I want to see what people are thinking of SpaceX. Let's get a poll ready for our YouTube friends. Friends, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up on YouTube. Really appreciate it. It does help us out a ton. We are short on SpaceX. On the 5-minute ORB breakdown, partial here, 114. Market Atlas level 2 information still looks very bearish, so I'm hoping that we can get another leg down. I'll be very happy. 113. This will be a great way to end the week. But so, and let me know also what you guys traded so far. I made a little money on Intel. Okay, good. Intel did drop pretty, not as clean, but it did drop pretty good here. That's nice. Actually, nice engulfing on the 5-minute. This is clean. This is very clean. That's good. Not sure how you took it, but that was clean. Tesla, sure. Tesla also engulfed. Yeah, very nice. Continues to drop. You're seeing some more weakness on it. You bought NASA ETF. Is there? I'm sure there is, but. Well, what's the ETF for not NASA? I don't know what that is. What is that? Is it this one? NASA? No. It can't be that. All right, let's see SpaceX.
Market's testing its high here. The only stock that's near its high of day is Google.
Yep. All right, SpaceX. Do we got another drop in here or what? Okay. All right, got a little late. Carlos and got stopped out on a short. Which sticker? Can I use a $10 to trade, boss? Can you use $10 to trade? Like an account? Like $10? I don't think you could do that, man. I mean, anything is possible. I don't know what's out there, but yeah, I don't know about the $10, man. That could be a little bit rough. I want to say no. I'm saying no. Now, can you risk $10 per trade? I think that's very smart starting out. Yeah, that's a whole different story. Oh, nice. I think SpaceX might be done, man. I'm gonna take some off here because we were still at a good spot. It's right on the 9. Let's see, Google. And you are, oh, nice. Five-day breakout on Google, guys, turning out pretty nice. 320.91 was the previous high. Just went through that. Up $1 from that previous high. Very nice. Excellent. Where's the details for the bootcamp? Check out barebootraders.com. We got an insane deal. So all the details as far as the courses, the weekly schedules, go to pcapitaltrading.com. That's peak capital. I'll type it here as well. You're gonna see all the details there as far as what's involved, classes, peak capital. There, head over there. That's gonna have a lot of the information you need. But then it's a great deal. Like if you want to join Bareboot Traders and Peak Capital boot camps, there's a great deal on our website, barebootraders.com. If you want to do both. If you just want to do Peak Capital, then head over to Peak Capital, and all the information is on there. SpaceX, back to my break even. I should have taken a partial. Oh. Okay, maybe not. Maybe yes. Don't know what's happening.
Market just dropped a ton. Oh my God. Look at that. Look at the SPY.
Oh, what's going on? Oh yeah, this could help me. This could definitely help me. Hopefully it doesn't mess up your trade.
I don't know why it's not hurting Google that badly.
That's good. Google doesn't care.
It might in a second. Sometimes stocks take about 10 seconds to catch up to the vibe of the market, but at the moment,
have you reached your target yet or no?
I partialed a couple times. It's been a good trade. I hit my profit target, so anything after this is just more bonus.
Very on top. Nice. We might get
the market will catch
here.
itself here at the lows. Maybe this thing will turn around.
Yep. Might get a little bit of. You know what? I am back at the lows again on SpaceX. I think I'm gonna take some off because this is like a dollar and change for me here. So just in case, right, the market bounces back, I think SpaceX was ready to turn around. SpaceX was ready to go back above the VWAP into this market situation came along here. So right here, below 114, I'm gonna take some off. Yeah, I'm gonna take some off now, just in case this is the lowest it's gonna go. So just took up another partial on SpaceX. We don't want to come back up with the number of shares we have to our break-even point. How much can you use to trade as a beginner? I think, man, if you're a beginner, focus on learning first. Focus on learning on a simulator. Make money in the simulator. Do a funded account. Pay the $500 to do a funded account. See if you can make money there. Don't worry too much about how much do I need to trade, because that much that you need, the minimum, you're probably gonna pay in tuition to the market. So I'll be honest. Like if I tell you, hey, you could start trading with 5,000, 10,000. I think it's a good start. I think with 10,000 now, with the PDT rule gone, 10,000, you get $40,000 of buying power. You could do some damage with that, right? If trading small, right, and having a good oh baby, good expectations of what the return is for 10,000. Right? With 10,000, you're not gonna make 5,000 a day, right? It's just, let's be realistic. But 5,000, 3,000, you're better off just spending that on learning. Go in on a funded account for 500. See if you can make 1,000, 2,000 of the funded account. I think that's better bang for your buck, man. So yeah, I wouldn't. I think that's the approach. That's better. Because minimum, you can start trading with $2,000. You can start trading with $3,000 now, right? The PDT rule day is gone, but I just think it's not worth it to do that. into you get on the sim, prove that you could do your thing, and go from there. All right, market did help us out nicely here. We got partial here. We came up right up to almost stopping out. And then that's when John says, SPY selling off. I'm like, oh, really? I look at the SPY and, oh, nice. We took partials. And then I'm hoping that, Google did drop a little bit. But I'm sure you took off some at the top over there. But you're still in, John, right?
Just barely, yeah.
Yeah, you're still alive because your entry's all the way down here. So let's see if things could turn around there. SKH
market's got to stop dropping here. It's not stopping.
Yeah.
I need Google to get back above the pre-market high. Like without breaking that level, it's gonna probably keep dropping here. So
yeah,
it's kind of do or die for it right here.
Another one that trades very good, guys, is SKHY. I mean, I'm telling you, I think this is going to become one of our usual suspects. It gets volume. It trades well. Alongside SpaceX. These are the newcomers in town, man. Probably going to push some of the other stuff off the list a little bit. But, man, SpaceX. It's my second day back to back, and it is just delivering nicely, friends. It's delivering nicely. This might become my new favorite ticker. SpaceX. All right, and let's see, what do we have here? I'm looking for, oh yeah, let's do our poll. I want to see what people think. Let's see what we got here. SKDD, yeah, there's a bunch. SKDD, SK UU. I mean, there's a bunch of these for SK Hynix. Same for SpaceX. You got a bunch of those you can use. You have a bunch. All right, new low. I'm gonna try to be more patient, but I'm looking at the SPY closely now because I think this is just moving with the overall market. Not a thing we know. It's just moving with the overall market.
All right, I added to this Google trade when it started to hook back up over pre-market high. So
nice.
it's a bit risky. I've pulled my stop in tighter, obviously, but I'm still stop at break even for the trade, so it's not risking any more loss, but I'm risking space to, for the price to act. But yeah, there's some interesting bullishness in Google here. Just need the SPY to stop. Let's just turn around. Give me a break.
INTC, what is it doing? INTC, yeah, similar to kind of space. Almost everything else, SpaceX, SKHY. I mean, they're all down here. Tesla, Intel, Apple, and Google. Look at Apple. Apple doesn't care about the drop from the market. Apple and Google are the few that actually are moved higher this morning out of the gates. Everything else kind of went lower.
Partial up at a high a day on Google again.
Nice. Excellent.
Stops at break even. Next target's probably either 324 or yesterday's high, which is a bit higher than that. It's at 324.49, the next $0.50 levels. Either one of those would be respectable.
Sweet. All right, let's see here. I want to know if people are going to buy SpaceX. Let's see. Are you? Oh man, my friend Google, let's go. Look at that. I'm gonna take some more off on the SpaceX, guys, just in case we are done.
Google at 324.15.
Yep, that move is scaring me. I took some more off my SpaceX because I'm like, wait a minute, things are rocking. Look at SpaceX go. I mean, I'm sorry, a Google go there. Very nice. Sweet.
if we get back to high a day now up at yesterday's high, I'm going to add up there as well. But I'm going to calculate how much I want to add because I want to keep my stop below a certain level. So I'm going to figure out how many shares to add that so that I won't get pulled too high.
All right, let's see. I did the best I could, try to cover as many people as possible. So, are you going to purchase SpaceX long term? Is the question. Already did. Yes, waiting for under $100. Yes, waiting for under $80, and no. So let's see. I want to see where people sit here. I think that was probably the best way to word it. I can only ask 4 ways, 4 different options. So I thought that was the best. All right, let's see here what people are looking for. Carlos John is set to Peter volume. Oh yeah, I'm sorry about that because I do bring John through Peter's channel. Let's fix your volume, John. It's not you, it's me. We got the Peter settings on there. All right, should be more even now. Thanks for the call out, man. Thank you. We fixed the gains. All right, let's take a look here. SpaceX. I'm glad I took these partials down here because look at that. I think we're turning around, so we're good. We'll hold the rest for break even, and if we hit the VWAP, if the VWAP is becoming lower from our break even point, if we hit the VWAP and we start seeing resistance, I might add today. I'm feeling lucky today. Might add to that. So let's see. Let's see on the adding situation there. Can we look at Tesla? Absolutely. Absolutely. Tesla right now looks like it's on a reverse. Kind of got like a double bottom going on the 1 minute. I don't like double bottoms in the 1 minute. I think I like them more when they're more significant, like on the 5. I prefer to see them like a little more defined. I think the 1 minute can have a lot of noise when it comes to reversal. So just be careful. Have your plan in place here. We have someone that joined earlier. I forgot to mention it. Where are they?
So I've pre-calculated how many shares I can add at the high a day now on Google such that I'll keep my stop below 323. It'll be 322.88. So this is a thing you can do in your trading. If you want to add to a trade, you often have a lot of time. Once a trade starts to settle down and you know, you can watch it like I'm doing with the Google, you can figure out if you want to average up, you know, and add to a trade on the way up, you can figure out how many shares you can add such that you keep your stop below something that you recognize as possible support. So I see 323 as maybe a support level for a couple of reasons. One, it's where it topped out earlier, and then it's also just because it's a dollar level, there'll be liquidity setting up at 323. There'll be buyers there if we get up to 324. So keeping my stop just below that might give me some protection and keep the trade alive without getting too greedy.
I like that. Jose, yeah, Jose was one that joined. So my friend, welcome to the Lambos and Garbage Truck family. I see you there. So welcome. We're happy to have you. And yeah, let's see what else we got going on. All right, let's see how our poll is doing here. So we have who's moving nicely for you, John here, I think. Are you going to purchase SpaceX for long-term hold? And 16% already did, so that's good. Hopefully not too high up from where we are right now, but 16% did already. 19 are waiting for a price under 100. 30%, that's a big chunk, waiting for a price under 80. And 36% no. So let's get more votes in. I want to see. We got 125 right now. So look at that. No. A lot of no's. I don't want to be in the no 10 years from now. or 4 years from now. I don't want to be in the no category. So I don't know, man. I don't know.
Apple's been trucking this morning. I don't know if you've been watching it, Carlos. It's
Yeah.
not been something for me really, but it keeps going higher here.
Yep, it's doing its thing, and Apple does that, man. It tends to do opposite of the. I don't know why. I don't know if that's a thing, but it tends to do opposite of what the market does. The market sold off pretty aggressive. It's come back now, but Apple went the other way. I mean, it's probably it has nothing to do with it. And it's just coincidence, but Apple is strong, and it's tends to do that when the market's on the weaker side or choppy. The cost of AI is going down. We don't need to put them in space. Yeah, defensive tech, NVDA, VWAP. I can see that stance on that.
Ooh, bad drop on Google.
We'll see if Tesla.
Oh, that's it. I'm out of Google.
Okay. Came down on you. Oh yes, a decent sized drop right to the VWAP. John, when you are in profit, your stop for continuation is at BE, break even, or below, or as in you will exit at say 1R if you are already plus 4 Rs.
Is this your question or are you reading this somewhere?
No, it's not my question. I'm reading this. So let me read it again because I got thrown off in the second part. So when you are in profit, your stop for continuation is at break even or below. That's the first question. So when you're in profit, where's your stop?
I move my stop to break even when I'm convinced that the breakout has begun, which is something that's it's a little hard to define. You got to kind of trading requires a lot of, in my opinion, honest conversations with yourself and not BSing yourself, and that's a hard thing to do because of the psychology involved. We often try to BS ourselves instead of being honest. But having traded the same strategy every day for 6 years, I've gotten pretty good at admitting like, yes, the breakout's begun, or no, it has not. So. And there's a lot of variables that could go into why I'm convinced the breakout has actually begun. Could have to do with just the surge of the candles, or it could be just to do with it exceeded a certain level I was watching that was just above my entry or something like that. But once I'm convinced it started, I move my stop to break even. Because in my mind, I was trying to trade a breakout in the first place. So if I'm trying to trade a breakout and then I'm thinking, okay, it's happening. I was right. A breakout is happening. What I don't want to do is fight the rejection of that breakout, because breakouts often reject. You know that, Carlos. They pop, and they come right back down. You know that from trading 5-minute ORBs. And when they reject, you gotta look out. It's gonna come back at you fast sometimes. And I do not like to stand in the way of something coming back down. You can
agree.
There's a whole school of thought that you maybe let it play at your entry, because your entry was the high of day, which was resistance. So it does sort of make sense that if the price pulls back, that price could become support. And it does often. You see that all the time. You see a stock rebound and bounce off your entry and then go back up. But you have to have a rule. You have to have some way to play it. Trading just requires that you have the same codified set of rules that you go after day after day after day after day after day after day after day. And these are rules that you can adjust, as you gather more information and data, you can certainly make adjustments, but they should solidify after some amount of time. And you got to decide, in the high day break game, in my opinion, are you going to be a retester or are you going to be a get out person? I get out. That's the rule, knowing full well that some will bounce and knowing full well that some will continue to plummet downward against me. And so you just make a rule, be one or the other, but don't, it's better to have rules in place and just follow them than to play each one sort of with your emotions.
Don't wing it. Don't wing it. Yeah.
Right. What you could do is you could say, well, man, I'm red today already. Just having a hard time getting some. So I want to allow this to retest because I don't want to be red today. Well, that's got nothing to do with the market. That's just your feelings, right? you can't trade your feelings or you get slammed. So you just have to have a rule that's, like, okay, I'm red today, but I'm not going to allow the retest anyway. I'm just going to get out at break even if it happens, and that's just my rule. So that's the way I play it. When it's begun and it looks real, I move stop to break even, and I don't cry about the ones that come back down, stop out of break even. I just consider them successes, honestly, because the initial success of the trade was, can I identify the beginning of a breakout? And if I can identify that and keep doing that day after day, like be better at doing that than not doing that, then that's all you need to do. But if you want more specific information, you can come join us at Bearable Traders, and I have whole webinars. In fact, I have to do a new one August 18th, Carlos. I got one coming up. So about once a year, I'll do a high day break webinar, and and there's a lot. I mean, I've done these since 2020, so they will always carry some similarities, but I'll update them each year according to what I've seen in the past year in the markets and how I might change some things like that.
I like the spreadsheet you have where you guys take the trade in the afternoon. I love it. It's just when I see those numbers, I'm like, risk management is, if you don't understand how important risk management is, like it's crazy. Like this random trades, stop $1, the goal is 2, and you're up like 500 something on this thing. Like at least that's the last time I saw it.
It's one of the most important lessons I think I can impart. And it started as just a game to play in the afternoon because it was boring. But as we started to do it, I was like, there's a very, very, very important lesson here. And that is that even with random entries, if you hold for your target and obey your stops, you'll break even over time. You'll just come out, as long as you always hold. You have to hold for 2R and get out at 1R, or hold for 3R and get out at 1R. But as long as you do that, the random nature of the market will kind of ensure that you end up around break even. You won't lose too much, you won't make too much. And then you take that knowledge and you say, how can I twist probability a little bit in my favor? Just a little bit. And how do you do that? You do it by trading a level, basically. You just have a strategy, but it's probably has to do with some kind of level. That level could be the high of the 5-minute opening range. That level could be the high of day. That level could be the previous day close. That level could be yesterday's high, the pre-market low, or whatever. But if you can find a level that tilts probability a little bit in your favor, then you just repeatedly do the same thing over and over and over and over. Instead of winning what mathematically on a random trade would be 33% of the time you'd win 2R trades, you start to win 36, 37, 38, maybe 40% of the time. Boom, there you go. That's your strategy.
Yep. Do you think SpaceX will be a hot company if Elon wasn't the CEO? Hell no. Space will be not NASA. NASA. That's just it. There's only between. That's it. It'll be boring as heck, and you will not get investors like you are getting now. The reason it's happening is because of Elon. Whether you like him or not doesn't matter, but it's happening because of him, right? When you have someone that's proven over the past that they can be successful at so many things, you open up something, everybody expects you're gonna make it happen, right? So, and he's smart. He hires people that are very good. Like, I know he's a CEO and everything, but he hires people that can get the job done. I think the CEO of this, I think it's a lady, and she's like, people love working with her. Like, there's people that don't love working with Elon, or don't like Elon for whatever reason, but they love her. She's like, oh, she's great, So you got that for him. He picks the right people to put him in the right place, and he probably calls the shot. But it's important. You can't do all this without surrounding yourself with very smart, highly capable people. But if he was not the CEO, we would not be talking about SpaceX. It's just not a thing.
The biggest thing he does is he forces direction and then says do it. Like he will pick a technological direction that other people would say that's too hard. Like,
it's
maybe
not possible.
It's not quite
the time
do
frame
that.
Is not, yeah.
And he pushes it and they achieve it, and that's what he brings. Is like, and I follow SpaceX for years and years. I mean, I'm such a super fan. I watched they have a rocket launch today for Starship Flight 13. I'll be watching that at 6 o'clock tonight.
Nice.
But the design of the Raptor engine. I can't over. I don't want to nerd out too much, but it was an engine design that people had like kind of sort of theorized about for years, but it was always easier to make a slightly dumbed down version of the engine cycle that you would have seen on a Saturn rocket back in the day. You see it on their Falcon 9 rocket. It wasn't this whole closed system that like is the ultimate efficiency in rocket engines where you hardly lose any of the gas coming out of the engine. But it was hard to do. But he pushed for like, no, we want to achieve that's the engine we need or whatever, or propulsive landing, like, because he hired a lot of guys from the industry. I mean, a lot of people that work for SpaceX came from NASA, ULA, other rocket companies, and those would have been people kind of like used to the old paradigm who would have said like, we don't have to propulsively land.
This is not the way we do it, Right.
Yeah. Maybe we could land it with a parachute or something and not propulsion. And Elon was like, no, man, like I want this thing to land with its engine, like let's do it, and they've won these bets time after time. So if they can keep doing it, they get a good return, but we'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. I do see this. I guess a new IPO by BIOT. So a new IPO halted a couple of times on the way up here. Just IPO today, looks like. Did it IPO? That's a very early IPO. This is 9:30. Nah, this can't be right. But my screen only has one giant candle. So, that's a very early IPO. Exactly at 9:30, or is this like an ETF or something? What is this? Well, ETF don't halt, actually, right? I don't think they do. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on with this. I don't have a name for it either, so I'll have to look it up somewhere else. All right, let's see. SpaceX.
I love this comment in the chat. Overpromises, never delivers. I mean, that's a very popular thing to say. And Elon does promise a lot of timelines that do fall short, and he does it all the time. But eventually, the tech usually comes around. I mean, telling you, Carlos, I have a Tesla. I use the self-driving exclusively. I have 99% of my miles over the last 4,000 miles have been self-driving. So tell me he didn't deliver. I mean, how many years did they say it's never going to work? It's never going to work. I use it every day.
Yeah, it's
or just making an electric car. They told him that wasn't going to work. Like, for years before Tesla really launched the Model S, they said it's not going to work. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. But it did work. So. But Tesla has definitely, like, they've got some timelines right now that they just have to catch up to, that they've promised, Cybercabs this year. It ain't going to happen. Like, Cybercab will be lucky to take off in massive numbers next year. It might even be the year after that at this point. So, but the other thing is they're always pushing tech that nobody's done before. So it's kind of hard to put a timeline on that. But then again, maybe you should be careful about not throwing out timelines if you know it's going to be hard to achieve. So,
yeah, exactly.
I get it somewhat.
No, but I think you have to do timelines because that's what CEOs do. Like, I've seen CEOs in my previous life. They know you can't hit that timeline, but they have to somehow put the pressure, right? So they tend to do that. They say, "Oh no, we're going to do it this cycle." If you put a far out timeline, everybody's going to take their time. So that's CEOs
true.
tend to do that. They tend to say, "Shit, I know it's going to take a year and a half, but we'll have it by November." And you got all the developers and all the tech guys looking at him like, what the hell's wrong with you? We just told you in the private meeting it's going to be a year and a half. They're like, oh, we'll have it by November. So that's what CEOs do. And it puts the pressure on, whatever. So here it is, guys. SpaceX dropping some more. If you guys work for CEO companies, I'm sure you 9-to-5s, you've seen this. I've seen it many, many times. This is crazy. All right, let's see. Come on, get the drop here, SpaceX. I will take another partial down at 113. We're very happy already with this trade. So, this will be just, hey, if we get a cherry on top, great.
Your bias was correct, Carlos.
Yeah, man. It felt good. And level 2 was showing a little bit of weakness too. So everything turned out pretty nice. I think, though, we're going to get some kind of bounce. If not today, Friday, this thing is not going to keep going down because I think it's a lot of people that want to jump in on this. Again, I'm debating whether this is where I buy some, maybe not all that I'm planning to buy, but some, right? And then it goes lower and buy the other half or something. I don't know. But I am gonna get in. I am gonna buy a position on SpaceX. I do think the future is gonna look great for this company. All right, here we go. 113. Let's hope for the drop. Let's see here. And for those that don't have Market Atlas, here's what it looks like. You can get this over at trainterminal.com. So what we use to kind of show where the supply and demand is. So right now, 113 is showing a ton of orders down there. We're looking to kind of get through those, and then we should see a flush. There it is. All right, we're going to partial right there, friends. Partial right at 113. Then more orders moving down to 112.50 and then 112 as well down here. So the demand is still moving lower. You slowly start to see the demand higher creeping up, right? 115, 6,000, still not enough compared to the downside, but slowly you see it kind of rebalance a little bit. And then if it catches some momentum, it might come back up. I don't think we're gonna have a sell-off like yesterday or lower than yesterday. I don't think that's the case for SpaceX today. Like I said, it's not a lot of participants. Even though we're moving lower, there's not a whole lot of participants today as far as volume and stuff like that. And the later we get in the morning, the slower things become, as you guys know. What time the 5-minute ORB will be valid? We still valid to trade. Into what time? Well, from 9:35 after the 5-minute range is created up to an hour. I think past an hour, you know, there's probably better things to look at, like a 15-minute ORB or maybe a 60-minute ORB. Like right now, we're past a 60-minute ORB, right? Here's a 60-minute ORB. You know what? If I would have looked at this, I wonder if I would have taken a ad here for a short. John, this is what you do. You do this all the time. I always use your example, like, because people ask me in our P Capital meetings, you know, when do I add or how do I add? And my answer is, you know, do it like John. John always adds when that ad could stand on its own as an individual trade. Like I noticed that your ad can actually be an individual high of day breakout on its own if you had not taken the previous trade. Like everything sets up the same. At least the way I see your trades when you share them, that's usually how it lines up. So, you know, if you're gonna add, take it in a not randomly. Oh, I'm gonna add here because we've just pulled back. Try to find there's a pattern there that says, hey, now this is look at that, an hour, 60-minute ORB breakdown. Nice pullback. Here's the break. You can add here. I could have partialed here, right? So try to see if you could find something like that. I think those are the best ads, right? For me personally. So
that's a good way of putting it. It's kind of like it has to prove something. Like it has to show it's making a true move. I'll show you when we review trades today. I'll show you where I added today, which was not at the new high day, but there was something I wanted the stock to prove to me, and when it proved that it was going to do it, then I added to the trade, and it worked in this case.
Nice. There's a lot of shorting on SpaceX right now. I will for sure. It will for sure rip at some point. Yeah, I think so. I think so. And again, it's got to have a couple of, you know, good launches. Like tonight is one, so tonight will be interesting. I forgot there was one this week. Then the earnings is when is their earnings scheduled for, John? Do you know? Their next one, their first one, actually.
That's a great question. Let me look it up to see if it's on the schedule yet. It is August 4th, actually. Wow.
Okay, around the corner, man. That's like 2 weeks.
Yeah, right into the dragon's mouth. That'll be interesting.
All right. That will be fun, man. That will be fun.
So people are, and you know, the earnings are not going to match the valuation, of course, because
no.
So what'll be interesting is news like where are they moving on data centers? How close is Starship to orbital flight? Because they've never orbited. It's always been suborbital as they're trying to work it out. Tonight's flight will be suborbital as well. But when are they going to do that? When are they going to figure out refueling in orbit? That's a big thing for Starship. So after they achieve orbital flight, the next big step is they will have to do a Starship to Starship refueling, which will be necessary for moon missions and Mars missions and things like that. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
Big fan of Starlink. Do you have one? The airplanes I think it's only been one has Starlink, and it was pretty nice. You could tell the difference. It was pretty fast. And what flight was
an
that?
NFL playoff game from a flight from El Paso to Chicago, and I was like, "This is so great."
It's fast, man. It was a short ride too. It was like down to Florida, so it was not a long ride, so I didn't enjoy it as much. But man, it was nice. It was fast. It was very, very fast.
They're actually embedding Starlink into the Cybercab structure too, which should be interesting. So like eventually when they get these things on the road, you get into a Cybercab and you're gonna have like a Xbox level latency and connectivity bandwidth. You know what I mean? Like it's gonna be bonkers, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be nice, man.
Carlos, you and I put up with a lot of low bandwidth situations over the years, and we both grew up with the advent of the internet. Man, there were some rough times.
Half of these guys in here probably don't know what a 56K modem is. You know, they don't know what that is. I never had the 28K. I think that was the thing, but I don't think that was really used as much as the 56K. That was the one a lot of us had. It was that 56K. You know?
Yeah. My first internet experience, I went to college and I'd never used it before, but as soon as I arrived, they told it was an engineering school. So they said, bring a computer and with an Ethernet card capable. And you had to carry your whole desktop across campus to this computer help place and they would hook you up. I think they installed the card there or whatever. You just had to have a slot for it. But
yeah,
I mean, it was so super fast because back then it was like FTP email and stuff, and it was just for what you needed. Like it was so much bandwidth for so little use. There wasn't a lot to do on the internet in 1994.
It was brutal.
So it's like it started out fast and then it got slow as they came up with more applications to use the internet for, and then
more memory and data. Yeah, I remember this.
No, what was the email called? Telnet. You ever use Telnet email?
No. For me it was you got mail. That was that was mine right there. AOL.
One old person here that's heard of Telnet email. There's got to be someone in the chat.
Modem, DSI, and cable. It was a great time, man. It was it was great time. Wow, I'm surprised that SpaceX is below 113 and looking like it wants to go lower. It wants to go to 112. I still got some in here. Let me.
You want to hear a strange internet fact, Carlos?
Yeah, let's do it.
My roommate and I had the first web page dedicated to the movie Top Gun, which we made probably back in 94 or early 95. So if you were on the internet and used some kind of search, I didn't even know what the search was back then. It might have been before web crawler even, but if you could find it, there was one page on the internet to go find out about the movie Top Gun. It was ours, and then
it was yours. No way.
For a short time. For a short time.
Yeah.
Quickly caught up, but
yeah. They move fast, man. They move really fast on things, but that's awesome. There's a lot of people that quickly caught on and started buying domains. They started buying domains that they thought were hip. To sell them for a couple of $1,000s too. Like, some domains, depending on the name, it costs you like 50 grand now.
Oh yeah, sure.
And a big company, if that's their company name, they'll pay it. They'll pay. They want the traffic coming in. Apple never budged on this move up today, guys. Just kept going. Did hit 329.43. And wow, it's just a strong move today. Did Google come back up? No, Google fell. It just kind of stayed hanging out. Tesla lower. Intel Not much happening right now, but yeah, man, what a day. And what is this thing? Bio, what is this thing? Let me look it up here. What is this company? BIOT. BIOT ticker IPO. Instinct Bio. Complete business. What is it? Common stock. All right. Having a hard time finding any news on this. It's a NASDAQ ticker symbol that has been associated with biotech acquisition company, a public traded special purpose. Oh, it's a SPAC. It's a SPAC. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm not sure. Careful with that. I'm not getting a good read on it. Did hit 50.
The trades for the day for you, Carlos. They're over in
Telegram. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it here. I'll bring those up. Friends, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. Really appreciate it. It does help us out a ton. Let's take a look at our trades of the day here. John, I'll let you do yours. I think it's the first one on here. Google.
Yeah, I'm just looking. There it is. Okay. Yeah, so this is a high day break on Google. Just looking for that volume to pivot down there. So if you look at the volume was like descending as the price kind of declined a bit and pulled back, and then it's just a slight rise. It just starts to pivot as the stock pushes to the high day. So if you can align that pivoting increase in volume with the move to the high, not just the move, but like basically getting to the high a day. That's the entry you're looking for. I took that. It did hesitate there. You can see a little bit of a pullback there, Carlos, in that wick. Also, that black line there, Carlos, is my max loss line. So if it goes down to there, I have to get out of the trade, but I don't have to hold for that. So I'll typically, on average, I'll lose about a third of that distance, not that whole distance. But sometimes you just get thumped in the face and you just blow up. So that's the max loss line. Anyway, it got going. Eventually, you can see more volume came in after my entry candle there, and that pushed it up. And I took the first partial where I took it at 322.47. So that's a $0.50 level, like 322.50, close enough. I could have waited to try to get 323, but you got to take your money also, so I'm trying to balance, getting decent profit with hitting reasonable levels. So it took some off at 322.50, took some more off at 323, 323.01 actually. Then you get the pullback from the dollar level. You often do, which is why it's good to partial at dollar levels, because that's where liquidity sits and that's where price often like it gets to and then pulls back or bounces off of or whatever. So it pulled back, and then you can see it fighting there. You see that dotted line there? It's like in the magenta dotted line. It might be hard to tell the color on YouTube, but yeah, that one right there, Carlos. Yep. That line's the pre-market high. And you see how it's like hitting the pre-market high there as those three candles before my ad. It's like hitting it and rejecting and hitting, rejecting. So when you talk about like your ad should look like another trade, another strategy. Yep. What I'm waiting for there is show me you're going to break the pre-market high. Show me you have the wherewithal to get through that for real. Not by a few cents, but show me like a decent move through there. Got through the pre-market high, added to the trade. That puts my new break even at that blue line, that little blue tick right there. Yes, right there. And from there, went back up. I took some more off at 323. Why'd I take some off there? Because stocks often like to double top, so I took some off at the base of what was the new high a day. Got some more at 324, which ended up being the tippity top there. And that's yesterday's high. That final dotted line at the top there is the previous day high, which is also going to probably make it hard for the price to get through. And then, all the rest of it came out at break even. So in the end, great trade. And my only other trade was that Tesla one that went out around break even. So I'm going to call it a day on this because yesterday I had a very good trade that I gave way too much back during the day. Mm-hmm. Totally overtraded yesterday, so I'm gonna just bank it today and call it a good Friday.
Nice, love it, man. Awesome. Let's see who else we have here. We have Paris, one of our moderators in the community. Trace also comes on at 11 a.m. in chat as well at Bear Trader. So if you want to see him trade live, go through his trades. He'll do that. But he got one early this morning. Got in, added, and probably stopped out. That's usually how he trades. Paris is very, very active. Partials a lot. But he also adds a lot. So it's a very different style of trading. But man, I seen this live in action. He is really good at doing this. So, so here it is. Got in, added, partial, partial, partial. Never got a chance to add. If it pulled back, he would have. But this thing just went straight down. So he just started taking off everything, some of the stuff he had on there. Went some more. Finally got a chance to add on the pullback. Added, partial, same thing, added, partial, and then got another leg down lower. So man, that's a blockbuster trade from Paris today. So good stuff on Intel this morning. Did very well on that. Salim, our good buddy, a member of the chat room, went short here on MU. Looks like a 5-minute ORB. I can't tell, but it might be. It might be. So nice breakdown here. Went short, added into the weakness, and then partial. And hopefully this thing, I believe, went lower. So hopefully still has some left there as it kept going lower here. Samir on Apple, man, this is a good one today. So I'm assuming breakout of these levels, and it went long, and you can see added into strength, right? So he waited a little bit, maybe for it to be a high of the day. I'm not sure what the next confirmation is for him to add, but added, and then here took some more off into strength, 326.50. So good stuff. Apple kept going even higher. It's been really strong. Say another Apple trade here from Chip M. Got in on the kind of bull flag 1-minute ORB breakout, whichever way you took this is nice. Partial, took some more off, and then added here. I guess might add too much. It just wanted to reduce the risk, or it might take it off. I'm not sure. Added some more, partial, added some more, and then you can see here the big partials on the way up. So he could be just managing his average here, where his new average was. I'm not sure how this laid out, but nevertheless, they get two really nice moves from here to here, and definitely from here to here. Got a really nice and all the way up here too on Apple. So good stuff. All right, big Daddy Rose short on Tesla. Quick one. Partial, stopped out, short again, partial, partial. And this time got the big move. Sometimes it happens. You got to take a couple of stabs at it. SpaceX was the same thing for us yesterday. And then finally got the big move all the way down here. That's really, really nice. So good stuff, Big Daddy Rose there. Andrew K got in, stopped out, didn't quite work. Again, another stab, same thing. Tesla got back in it, and then got the payoff partial here. Added partial, I guess, kind of reducing his risk here, and then added some more back into weakness. Added here, and then exited off. So at the end, the drop was so nice that you came up pretty good on this one, Andrew K. So good stuff on Tesla, and I think that is it. That's the last one. That's some great trading today on the chat. Better than I expected for a Friday. Better than I expected coming in here today. We had such a great day yesterday. A lot of people did. Today was like, just kind of hang out and see what happens. But it turned out to be pretty good. And this, what is this mess? Buy OT. Like, guys, be careful with this thing. It went up to 50, all to the 42, 32, 38. This is gambling, right? If you want to gamble, if you're trading this, there's no patterns here. You're not trading a trade book strategy here. If you're telling yourself that, you're a liar. This is straight gambling, so just be careful. I got better ways for you to gamble your money. Go to WSOP, World of Poker, whatever, and go in there. You probably have a lot more fun for a lot longer. So yeah, avoid this, please. All right. Let's see here. SpaceX. I'm in shock. I'm in shock how weak SpaceX is right here, man. I knew it was gonna sell off. I didn't think it was gonna sell off this much. This is madness. And by the answers you guys are giving me, 40% are not going to do this. That means I have to do it, because you always gotta do the opposite of what everybody else is doing. That's how the market works. If you follow the crowd, you're probably wrong. So I definitely have to get a position in on SpaceX. So 25% waiting for 80, and 20% are waiting for 100. I think, I don't know. SpaceX 110 target, maybe. We'll see. This is the important one here. Do we wait for 100? Do we wait for 80? This is very important. So we'll see. Thank you for entering your votes there. Chris, yes, just go to the casino and put it all on black. I agree. You'll have a lot of fun. You'll have a lot of fun. And then once you're up, like, no, go ahead.
I
I
didn't
was
realize SpaceX got so low yesterday. It was down below
yeah,
100.
114. It went to 113 actually. No. Oh no, sorry.
111.
Excuse me. 111.
111.
Yes. Yes, even lower. Um Yep, yep, yeah. 114 was like the close, and then opened up, went even lower to 111 yesterday.
If you bring up an Atlas for SpaceX, I'm gonna guess you're gonna see a big 110 order.
This is wild. I still got some on this thing too, by the way, guys. This is awesome. This is really insane. Yeah, 111 is a ton of orders. 110, massive. There 389,000 guys at 110. What the heck?
Yeah.
I still got some left. I wish I would have taken less off. Now that's a way to end the week.
Imagine what 100 order is gonna look like when it gets down around 105. It's gonna be colossal.
Thank you, Candy. Yeah, this is awesome. This is amazing. Really happy with this SpaceX yesterday and today, back to back on this one. Beautiful.
So Carlos, I'm gonna have to bounce on you here if that's.
Oh yeah, no, go for it, man. I appreciate you stopping by, man. You had a great trade on Google and sharing that with us. So, no, all good, man. Appreciate your company covering for Peter, and all good, man. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Everyone have a awesome weekend.
All right, brother. Take care. All right, sweet. All right, thank you, John, for joining us here, helping us out. What Peter is trading with Peak Capital Bootcamp today, so he's trading with those guys. Hopefully, he got a good trader. Hopefully he took SpaceX. He might be on a little bit later, and he'll share his trade with us. This is wild. This is wild. 110. So someone mentioned, ain't this a big buy wall? It is. It is a big buy wall, and it's just. But usually, what happens is there's nothing pushing this higher. So the price is going to get attracted to this buy wall, saying, hey, here's where all the orders are at. Let's go down there and pick them up. And sometimes you might have the situation where, yes, it does bounce from here. But the momentum right now with this weakness, it comes to this wall and you eat through that wall, there's a chance you might get a flush to go lower. Right? Eat through the next wall. Right? Because these buyers, and when I say buyers, I'm talking about buy orders, right? This could be people here that are short, that are covering, whatever they're doing. Who knows? Getting in long term, like I want to do eventually on this ticker. They're waiting for the price to come down here, 111. They're not getting in any sooner. They don't want to get in here at the ask. They don't want to hit the bid or anything. They want to get right in here. They want the price to come to them. So that's what the market is doing. It's going to go pick up those orders, right? Usually you would think, oh, all these orders there, it could be a bullish signal. Yeah, I get that because they're buy orders. So it could be a bullish signal. But right now, the price is at 115, 111.50. So it's not that big of a signal to push the price up from here. If anything, we want to go lower, go pick these guys up. After we Pac-Man through that, then maybe we want to go higher. Or maybe not. Momentum continues, right? So because the people here, like, the only way the price is going down, by the way, is because people are selling, right? There's always a buyer and a seller. The problem is the people selling, you're not seeing those orders because they're getting in now. They're not waiting for the price to come up to 112.40. They're getting in now. They're desperate. They want to get in now. So even though you have 65,000 shares here, trust me, there could be 180,000 shares are getting in that you're not seeing on the level 2. Right, because they're getting in now. They want in now. They want to see these guys. They want in now. Now they're getting in now. They're not waiting. They're not waiting to 110. Right. So the only way you get down there is by these other guys, right, getting in now. All the participants. So that's what's happening, and we're here for it. We are here for it, my friends. Let's see if we can get down to that 111. See all these transactions? Yeah, let's see. We're kind of stalling at 111.50 right now. And then look at that 110, 390,000 at 110. Can I please take a look at Tesla? Yes, on Atlas. I gotta change the settings on this one. My other one. There you go. Also looks bearish as well. Yeah, looks bearish. See more to the downside here, so it definitely does look bearish on Tesla as well. All right, let's see.
Hello.
Let's see, SpaceX. Sir, how are you?
I'm here. So I saw you had John that joined, and that's great.
Yeah, he came in and had an awesome trade on freaking Tesla, man. I'm not sorry, on Google. Had a great trade on Google.
Had to be either Google or Apple because they're the only two things I saw that broke high of day.
Yeah. So he had Google. He did very good on that. Added, got the top of it. Then he had a bad drop out of break in, but he did very well on that one today. How the trading go?
Man, once again, I have nothing, no trades.
No, how?
I actually called 3 different trades and 4 complete setups. But you know what? I think
P Capital. It's hard to trade with P Capital though. For you,
because I'm trying to talk to everybody and I'm talking them through trades. And I said it's funny because even if you go back and look at the recording, like Intel was my targeted trade off the open, and I wasn't planning to trade Intel until a couple minutes before the open as I was sussing it up, and I even laid out exactly what the trade should look like. Right, pull back to the VWAP, look for the failure point at that, and it's exactly what I was looking for, and it's exactly what it did. But I was looking for it to happen 3 minutes earlier, but 3 minutes later, I was busy talking to people about Tesla and SpaceX and Microsoft, which are the other 3 things I was watching at the open. And then by the time I came back to Intel, it was at low of day, right? And I missed the setup. So I keep doing this, Carlos. I keep thinking I've got, I don't know what I've got, 6 and 6, 12, 16. I've got 20 charts that I look at every morning. And because I want to, because if people are calling out different things and I want to be aware of all the stuff we've talked about in the morning. But I've realized that is actually a detractor for me as I'm trying to trade this open. I'd be much better off to just have like 4 charts and that's it, because I'm too I'm squirrel, and I'm over here looking at something else and squirrel, and I keep missing all of the trade entries. It's driving me crazy now. It's great later in the day because I've got such long setups. Like I'm already tracking Apple for a potential reversal, right? That's my big trade that might happen, but it's not. It's it's going to take an hour to set up. So, I got lots of time. So, I can, and when I trade my Mountain Pass and other setups, that's all I watch, right? One chart, really just focused in on that one stock. And, I just don't find I've got that same level of discipline at the open. So it's interesting. Anyways, this is a big learning for me because I said I've been doing this for so long that I realized just changing, you'd think it wouldn't be a big change. Just go back and trade the open. For me, it's proving to be very challenging. Very challenging.
Yeah. It's not easy. Not easy at first.
Especially when again 4 trades between Intel, Microsoft, SpaceX, and Tesla that I was calling. All 4 worked. Like they all worked exactly as I had drawn them up. I just didn't take any of them. So so I've got confidence that I know what I'm looking at. I just gotta pull the damn trigger. Yeah, anyways.
Yes, indeed.
Welcome back, Peter. He comes back and complains at everybody,
eh? Anyways, all right. He's not complaining at anybody. He's complaining to himself. We're just listening. Oh. All right, let's see. Wow, SpaceX.
I was making someone angry.
Oh, who are you making angry?
Oh, it doesn't matter. There was someone in here. He was busy yelling at me because he was telling me to take it down a notch. And anyways, it's all right. Actually, by the way, I appreciate all of you. I had lots of defenders in the comments. You guys were all like, well,
where was this?
Frustrated. It doesn't matter. It was just someone. It was someone in there. But I said everybody else stepped up, and they were busy defending me. So I just let the room take care of itself. It all worked itself out. So, but
Where have I been? Was this in YouTube?
Yeah, it was in YouTube.
I'll cut the feed right now and go start my weekend.
I need to bring it up a notch. Joe, stop yelling at me. Anyways.
Oh God.
All right.
All right,
What's this voting you've got going on here
So
on SpaceX?
So I'm thinking of buying some SpaceX long term, right? And I
right.
want to see what other people want to think about, what other people were kind of in. So I asked, and some people are already in SpaceX, so they're already bought, they're already in it long term. Others are waiting. 20% are waiting for it to be under $100 before they buy in, right? Other people, 26% are waiting for it to be under $80 before they buy in long term, and 41% are not buying it at all. So that's interesting. You know, we got believers that, hey, this is not gonna get your investment back, right? That you're not buying, or it's just not a long term investors, whatever it is. 41% feels that no, we're not buying this long term. I just don't want to. It's gonna, what's gonna happen, right? 10 years from now, that's 5 years from now. This can be a big miss for us.
But as they say, if you're if you're an American and you've got a 401k, then it's almost a certainty that you already have SpaceX,
yes,
right?
Oh yeah.
I mean, part of the overall portfolio and things that tend to make up
500,
401ks.
all that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not the same, Peter.
No, I agree. Same. I agree. I'm just
I own 500 whatever of this. It's not the same.
I agree.
All right, I think I missed my opportunity to take some off on SpaceX down at 111.51, waiting for 111 because we got tons of orders there. But I don't want to be completely out of the move, so I'm just gonna take half off. So we'll do half. Make sure I hit the right half button key because I don't have a lot left anyway. But right, we'll do half, and then this doesn't matter. I don't care if this goes back to break even. So we'll leave the rest. If it goes back to break even, whatever. I probably won't let it go back to break even, though. I'll be honest.
You got the SpaceX short.
Oh, for sure. 5-minute RB was just so good, man.
Yeah,
so good.
That's
textbook,
well done,
man. Yeah.
Well
and you know what, Peter? And I got in so easily. Like, I was ready to do what it did yesterday. Remember, it stopped me out twice. Yeah. So I was ready. Like, you know what? This might take a couple of staffs, but I think the level 2, everything is saying is short. So I got in without hesitation, quickly, knowing that if stop out, opportunity could come back and get back short again. So that did help get in quickly and easily too. So,
good. Excellent.
Yeah, I did pull that up, but I was listening to Peter's morning VIVK. So this is your message, but this looks brutal, man. VIVK. So low flow that we've been watching. Was it yesterday?
$3 stock.
Yeah, so
I can't imagine the level 2 is going to be that helpful on a $3 stock.
Yeah, it's going to look messy. So look at this. Look how it looks. It's not really good data.
Wow, look at the volume on this thing. 76 million shares.
Yeah. Very some heavy volume. So just be careful. Like, if you read this looks more bullish. But the problem is there's so much manipulation in this stock. You really can't go by any of this, man. This is not going to work on this.
No.
It's too much manipulation on, people getting in and faking. I just wouldn't trust it, Wouldn't trust that. Like I would on Tesla or an Intel, that's a little more stable. No, it can't be trusted. Apple had a great day. Yes, Apple continues. Wow, look at that. Continues higher. You said it, Peter. When the market is choppy or red at the open, Apple does the opposite, and it did just that.
Okay. So, here we go. How's it going to work?
What you did? You're in a trade?
I've been watching Apple because the 330 level was the level that I was looking for support at. No, I'm not in a trade, but this is where I want to see because it's got the volume, it's got the spike. I want to see if it can pull back and retest. This would be the conditions for my Mountain Pass setup, right? so that we can get a reversal back down to VWAP, ideally.
Mm-hmm.
At least back down through the 50 moving average, which is right now at 328.87. So gives us about $1 move, but I got to wait and see here. Let's see what happens on the retest. So, anyways,
Awesome.
yep, just keeping an eye on it here.
What is this thing? Is crazy.
Wow, Google sort of weird, eh? How it spiked higher twice and then sold
Yeah.
off from high to day to low of day, right back to previous day close.
Yep.
Just like that.
That's where John got stopped out. He got stopped out on the first big drop here. Got stopped right at break even because his original half day was like somewhere here, I believe. So
yeah, that would make sense. That's where I expect him to. Yeah, have taken that trade.
I think I'm at the point now where whatever I have, now that I took off half, whatever I have is not worth sitting and waiting to see what space is going to do next. Like it's not. It's just, you're better off just. I was better off just taking everything off. I still can. Doesn't matter, but it's not a big position anymore.
Somebody else was talking about hymns over at Peak Capital. Not one I typically watch, but let's see what it looks like here.
This morning too on the pre-market, maybe after you were gone, somebody brought up hymns. We looked at it. It didn't have much going on, but man, they were onto something. This thing turned out to be a great short.
Pre-market, I mean, there was nothing going on with hymns. Like, I agree with you. If you looked at a pre-market, you'd be like, why? Like, it's not doing anything. But then that spike right at the open and then the drop. As somebody was pointing out, they said, look, they watch hymns a lot because for a $30 stock, like, it made a $4 move. You know, a $4 move on a $30 stock, that's pretty good if it, does that on a regular basis. Now, it doesn't look like it does that every day, but I guess on the days it does. But anyway, Syed, to this, you're asking about a reversal. It looks like, so the reversal's already happened off the bottom. I don't see any volume here to help support it. And that's part of the problem I've got with this stock. It's a relatively low volume stock, so it makes it hard for me to read. So I just don't know what it's going to do from this point.
All right, there it is. We closed the poll, and here are the final numbers. So 322 votes, and 41% no, 26% yes under 80, 21% under 100. That's 45%, 47%. Are going to get in just when it gets under that price, and 12% already in. And I hope that 12% is not too high up from up there in the clouds on SpaceX. Oh, I did that thing. I hate when I do that. How do I bring everything back? There it is. You know how when you shake the tab, it minimizes everything.
Oh.
On Windows, when you shake the tab, everything minimizes. You see that?
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, you know that? Oh,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, just kind of grab it and shake it. It cleans up everything. You grab it and shake it and puts it back up again.
Like a dog, an angry dog. Let's see.
I guess.
I'm shaking. No, doesn't work on mine. I must have turned that feature off without even knowing it.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know. I'm shaking it up. It's not. Nothing's moving. Nothing's minimizing. Huh. All right.
Really? What Windows you have? This is an old one. I got Windows.
No.
I don't got the new one.
Oh, maybe I do have. Actually, this is my older computer. So let's see. This is Windows 11 Home, I think. Windows 11 Home. Maybe I need to go over to the other computer. Let's see what's the other computer running.
Yeah, I'm running Windows 10. Windows 10 Pro on this one.
Okay. And I'm running Windows 11 Home on that one too. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get a tab and let's shake it. Nope.
The Windows,
Shake it
my
like
other.
a Polaroid picture.
Sure.
Good morning,
Yeah,
There we
gentlemen.
go.
That's what I was thinking. It was in my head. It was more
Yeah.
like a wet dog. I was figuring like I was shaking the thing. But
Yeah.
anyways, Carlos, that's a you thing.
No, it's the Windows. Cause you know what, my other one, my vMix is Windows 11. It doesn't do it. You're right. It does not do it. I'm shaking it like
Yeah.
crazy, and it's not doing it. Could go wrong so many ways, but yes.
For
All
anybody
right,
that
friends.
just joined, we're talking about
Windows.
we're talking about computer stuff. Yeah, Windows
Yeah.
stuff. Just,
Andrew, by the way, I haven't not been able to keep up with Andrew because I didn't have you checking on him. Peter usually check on him and let me know how he's doing. But I see
I don't
before
think
we
he
go to
traded
Kyle.
much today.
Well, he just got into
No,
the
he
ES.
didn't.
He just got into
Yeah,
the
he
ES
traded.
and
Yes.
just partial. Look at
He-
that. Nice big trade there. Boom.
Okay.
He didn't trade at the open today. It was weird to
Yeah.
see. He traded. I mean, he got into it eventually, but he didn't do any 1 minute opening ranges or anything like that. But
Yeah,
I think he got into a couple.
Nice.
You
That's a
guys
big
will
trade.
notice I'm
That's
writing
a
on
big
my
trade.
book here because I
Mhm.
will not break my rules. I broke a rule today for the first time in a long time, so I'm punishing
Oh.
myself. This is one of Eamon's. He does this. If you break a rule,
Hold
you
on,
have
let
to
me-
write it down 100 times. You see that?
No, let me get you up here. You broke a rule today, huh?
No, Kyle, don't be
I
breaking
took a
rule.
trade with, I'm on my
Oh,
third
you're good at that.
candlestick. So I'm writing it. I'm writing
Oh.
it down 100 times.
It's like making yourself
Bart
write lines on the
Simpson.
board. Yeah. Oh,
That's right.
a la Bart Simpson.
Yeah.
That's old. I had to do that once as a student. I actually was forced to go to the board, and I can't remember what I had to write, but it was the punishment of writing something over and over again. They
Yeah.
literally they did use to do that. I mean, back
Yeah.
in the day.
Yep.
So.
And then they hit you with a meter stick.
I did have a professor. I did have a science professor, Mr. DeRosier, that he literally had a bucket of meter sticks, and he would smash them on people's desks and break them regularly. So when he broke one, he'd just go and get another one. Nowadays, like you'd be fired for that. But
You are done.
Oh,
You're
yeah,
canceled.
and if your hand was in the wrong spot, like he would get you, and woo, you could take out someone's knuckles. So yeah, nowadays you're not doing that anymore.
can't
But
do that.
It
admittedly,
turned out all right though.
yeah, I mean, there was a guy, Lee, in my class who I thought was hilarious, and Lee used to use his watch to shine the light from the sun and bounce it off his bald head. So we thought that was hilarious. So I guess
That
maybe
is pretty funny.
maybe what he was doing was justified. So
Yeah.
we were trying to burn a hole in his head, and he was trying to take us out with meter sticks. So
A
I
fine balance.
had a fourth grade teacher one time here in New York. He took a book. I don't know what it was. He got mad at me because I didn't take out the book or something. I don't know. But then he came to my desk and he slammed the textbook. And the textbook bounced, hit my lip, and cut my lip. Oh my God. This dude turned white. It was an accident. But he turned white because that was what we're already switching to. You can't, like, this is, you get fired for this thing, right?
Yeah.
He just made a kid bleed. And my parents came. My parents actually, they were thinking about doing something, but they felt so bad for him. They just forgave them. And, I definitely passed that class. There's nothing wrong with doing that class.
Did you
after
forgive
that.
him?
Oh, I was,
He thinks
I was
about
young.
it.
I didn't really
till this
care.
day.
Yeah.
But I
Did
just
you
remember how.
deserve it?
Maybe. Maybe.
The statute of limitations has run out in this.
Yeah.
Stuff. You can admit it, man.
That's right.
It's all
Yeah,
right.
I did deserve it. But man, I never seen somebody get so scared. Like I kind of felt bad.
Yeah.
It was just, dude. It
It
wild.
wasn't his intention to do
That's-
it, right?
That's,
Yeah.
that's
No,
funny.
it wasn't his intention. No. Are you sharing the YouTube share, Kyle? Is that is that your screen? I got this right.
Oh shoot! You know
Is
what?
that not your
Stand by.
screen?
I think
Or maybe
That's
that's a
weird.
different.
Yeah, I just pulled that
Oh,
on
no,
top
Okay.
of
that's
my
me.
trading.
Maybe
Oh, maybe
me.
that's Carlo or Peter. Sorry.
All right, let me take mine down to stop the confusion here.
Okay. All right. Looks like I might have you now. All right. Awesome stuff.
You got it.
Uh,
Perfect.
Yep. I
Is
got
it
Yep.
pixelated? Or is
No, it
just
looks good.
catching
No,
up?
it's just YouTube.
Looks good.
YouTube, I mean, not YouTube. Zoom might look like that just to save bandwidth,
Okay.
but on YouTube it's clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Zoom,
perfect.
Zoom usually looks crappy, but it's good on
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you guys. Have
All
a
right,
good
brother, we'll
rest
let you
of
do
your
it.
good day.
I'm exhausted, man. I'm gonna take a quick break, but
Yeah,
we'll
honestly,
be
like peak
listening.
capital, yeah, for sure. Just like that peak capital trading live it's so interesting. I mean, we do it kind of every day, but doing it in peak capital and talking through it, it's a different kind of challenge. But so, Peter, I know what you're talking about this morning. But anyways, we'll get into my trades here, and I'll tell you why I'm doing the Bart Simpson on the wall here. Hello, YouTube. Our buddy Eamon is taking his beautiful wife for dinner today, so she is not with us. So you're stuck with me. Um, so happy birthday to Eamon's wife, and hello YouTube, Paris. Who else we have here? Frank, Pat, Candy, Alex. Good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. I took 3 trades on SMCI today, and I will go over them right now. I did, talking to Eamon over the working with him over the last month or so, my eyes have started to really look at these fake breakdowns. So on the 1 minute chart, and I'm really good usually about not taking trades within 5 minutes. And this one, I don't know. It just kind of reached out and kind of slapped me in the face a little bit. And when I saw this wick, I was like, this is definitely going to be a long. And so I entered it above VWAP, and it did squeeze up a little bit. And, I've said this probably 30 times to you guys. I love when the 200 moving average is on top of the opening price. It's usually a short, I have found in my experience. So when I saw that happening, and this was a rule break because I don't trade within the first 5 minutes. So I got in on this third candle, and I got a little bit lucky. I was up like half an hour, and I don't even know why I didn't partial, because in my mind I was like, I'm breaking a rule. And I probably could have taken a little bit off here at the 200 moving average. I should have. But then I was like, you know what? I shouldn't be in this trade. So it squeezed against me, went underneath VWAP, and I got stopped out. So that was a 1 hour loss on that. And this is the importance of getting stopped out. Not only did I break my rule, the old me, when I first started to trade 6 months in, I never used a hard stop, to be fully transparent with you guys. Like I'd used a mental stop. And this exact thing cost me, probably 2 to 3 funded accounts when I first started doing the funded accounts, because I didn't use these hard stops. And I would just move my stop loss. And then exactly what happened here was, this is exactly how you blow accounts. So not only did I break a rule, I did get stopped out now because of, I'm a little bit more of a mature trader now. And I knew this thing was going to squeeze against me. It lost VWAP with volume, so I got stopped out there. But the old me would have just moved my stop loss and got a little bit of wishful thinking, right? So that's the importance of getting stopped out, and then you can get back in. And that's why I bring this up, because a bit of a psychological break at the open, which is fine. But then after that, I just got back to what I normally do, right? So here's my 5-minute opening range breakdown. Got in here, added. I should have partialed here. And then even this, like, I really wasn't proud of this because I usually use the 9 moving average as a stop loss. But for this one, I used the range here. And I was very bearish on SMCI today because of the market atlas. So came back up. This, again, is a rule break right here. And because I should have got stopped out as it came to the range. But just with this wick, it squeezed up with volume. The wick was really weird here. And then it came back down really quick with volume, and then it went back down. I added again here to a short, and then I partialed out because, I don't know, my psychology was just a little bit off today. Like that rule break kind of threw me for a bit of a curveball. And then I added again. So I just partialed out and got stopped at a break even. This is something Carlos, he's mentioned a lot. One of the times that he, I think his biggest loss was like $15,000 or something. But he mentioned to me that when he first started, he would leverage in and it would work for you. And then it actually rewires your brain a little bit that, you know what, you can hold your stop loss past break even. you can do all these things and you can get rewarded, but then eventually these things happen and it punishes you. So, by the time I added in this last time here, I parceled out. I made, I think, like 2R on it, and then I just parceled out and I get stopped out. And I was like, you know what? I shouldn't be trading this open right now, so I'm going to wait a little bit longer. And then this one again, I entered again as it broke through here, and I caught this beautiful move here. But I was honestly eating my breakfast, and this is no word of a lie. And I told you guys this yesterday. My bridge on my tooth came out of my face, so my tooth came out onto the keyboard. It is the craziest story. You guys can believe it if you want, but if I take my retainer right now, my tooth's gonna pop out. As soon as I'm done this, I'm going to the dentist and I'm getting a crown put in the front of my face. So, anyways, so that happened, and it got back in, and then I'm still in this thing. Like, look at my average; it's at $30.03. So I put my partials all the way down here, Market Atlas, partialed all the way down here. I'm still in this thing for 151 shares. So, anyways, I wasn't proud of today. I just wanted to be transparent and just let you guys know. Listen, like sometimes you're going to break your rules, right? But you still need to manage your risk accordingly, because if you're not at least doing that, you're going to get chopped out and you're going to blow up your account. So, bit of a rant there. Probably too much information about my tooth, but it's the honest to God truth. Let's see here. Candy, hello. JP. So this one was, again, when I re-entered into this trade, this was my gap and go or my break and retest right here. Okay, so it came out of the 5-minute range, consolidated inside the 5-minute range, broke the range with volume here. I waited for this confirmation candle and then got in. Okay, I should have been partially around here, but I was going through my own business with my tooth. So I missed this. So honestly, I got up from my desk here, went to the bathroom, came back out, and thankfully, when I came back, this is the old Andrew Aziz bathroom strategy. Put a trade on, you go to the washroom, you come back, and sometimes it works out for you. So I came back to my desk. Thankfully, it didn't squeeze up to the upside, and so I took a partial here, and then I partialed my way down. So I was in the right move, but yeah, life happens. So I'm still in this thing. My average is $30.03. My stop loss is now at break even. I got pretty much nothing left of this trade. So if it comes out, it's going to stop me out right here, which is totally fine. But honestly, SMCI has been so good to me over the last 2 to 3 weeks. I love this stock. It's a decently priced stock. I can take 2,000 to 3,000 shares on it. With my equalized risk, I get in and around there. So you get good moves on this thing too. Like when you're in the right move, it'll go 30 cents for you. So it's honest to be good. It's the honest to God tooth. Yeah, Pat, exactly. Yeah, like honestly, you guys stick around to the end, and maybe I'll take my retainer out, and you'll see. Like I'm going straight from YouTube after this. I'm going right to my dentist, Gallery Dental. Shout out to Dr. Seacon. The guy's a magician. He's fixed my whole smile, so I'm going there after this. The other trade I did. Oops. Where the hell did that just go? Anyone in Hood? I am not in Hood. Let's have a look here. What did Hood do today? I don't even know where that box just went. That's weird. I'll just pull this back down. It just did the old disappearing act on me. Let me just pull this full size. Hood looked good today too. So this is another. So if you guys go to Bearable Traders, if you are a Bearable Traders member, I did a whole webinar on this this gap and go, I call it. So what I do is I create a 5-minute range for the guys and girls who don't know inside a chat. Okay, you create your 5-minute range. So take your first candle, second, third, fourth, draw your range across. Okay, as So I mean, your 5-minute opening range break traders are going to get in right here, right? So as it breaks the range, you enter here, put your stop loss to 9 moving average. So for the sake of this argument and discussion, say it's 97.58. You get in at $97, okay? So you got about a 50-cent risk, and then you just calculate your risk from there. So you're looking for a 1 to 2. There's your 1. There's your 2. Okay? So that trade, if you're an opening range break trader, that would yield you a 2R plus a little bit more. It depends how scalpy you are. Actually, no, it would have gave you a 3R. So if you had a 50-cent stop loss, you would have got 1 move, 2, 3. And again, never partial before your risk has been covered. We talk about that all the time, right? So as you enter as a 5-minute opening range breakdown trader or 5-minute opening range trader, you enter here, you have a 50-cent stop loss. You use a 9 moving average as your stop loss. So you've risked 50 cents. So you need to wait at least 50 cents to start taking partials. After that 50 cents, then you can start doing your partials down here. Okay. So as an orb trader, that would have yielded you 1 to 3. Okay. And where I like to roll these over into is the break and retest, or as I call it, the gap and go. Okay. So this one wouldn't have checked all the boxes. It was very close. But what you look for is it breaks. So there's your opening range, your 5-minute. It breaks out of the range. You want it to come back into the range and test the range. Then, with a confirmation candle, you catch this move again to the downside. And what's better about this, the break and retest, is you're not as extended from the 9 moving average. So if this price would have came back up, let me zoom in a little bit more for you guys here. I'm going to go full screen here just for this one. And look, it gave you a beautiful hammer. So, I mean, ideally, for the gap and go, it comes back into this range, your 5-minute range. So it came above VWAP a little bit higher. And then throws this beautiful hammer. And then you go short after a confirmation candle. Okay, so there's your 5-minute range. This is your first breakdown. You wait for it to come back up, test the range, and then go short. So if this hammer was on top of this blue line, you would have got in on this confirmation candle here as it breaks through it. Okay, so again, sake of this argument, say it was 96.50. You put your stop loss. You know, the 9 moving average is way too close on this one, so I would have put it at the 20. So this one, your risk would have only been 30 cents. Okay. And then as you come down, measure out your 30 cents. So that would have been 22, 2, 3. And that's the beauty of kind of rolling multiple strategies together if it works, right? So you would have made 1 to 3R on hood here on the opening range breakdown. You're partialing out, you get stopped out at the opening range, but then you can go back in for the break and retest if it shows itself. And it doesn't always show itself, right? So on this specific trade, it wouldn't, it was invalidated because it didn't come back through this range. If this consolidation was on top of this range, then it would have been a good trade. But I mean, hood looked good. And again, look at where the 200 moving average is. It's a little extended from it, but when the 200 moving average is on top, it's such a strong level of resistance. This is a little extended from it. If the price was a little closer to it, it's usually a good short, in my experience. Oh, these dogs, hold on. Okay, and then let's have a look at SPCX. This thing was a gift I kept giving today as well. How many likes do we have? 333? Not quite there. Again, look where the 200 moving average is on top of the price action, and it ends up being a short. So these are just things, you know, I've been trading about 3.5 years now. And the more you start to notice these things, that's how I kind of create a bias as well, right? Again, with Market Atlas, with your level 2, with your tape reading. They're all just extra tools for you, right? So use them appropriately, but don't think they're going to always be 100% for you. So there you go. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's your 5-minute opening range. Oh, this one was actually a really good example for not only an orb, but the break and retest. Okay, so there's your five candles, right? And here's your opening range break traders. They get in here, they put their stop loss. You know, everyone's different. To what Carlos was saying, everyone finds success trading things a different way. You know, as I've evolved to a trader and working with Eamon and, you know, Lenny and everyone, they use technical stop losses. Where I used to, as an opening range break trader, I would have got in at this blue line here, say around 114.60, and I would have put my stop loss at the range, just at the bottom of the opening range. Okay, so that's about a 19-cent stop loss. Okay, and on this example, you would have got a quick 1 to 2 or 3 here if you're scalping tight. But, you know, over time and looking at my numbers, I've missed this move a lot because I put my stop loss too tight. So some people put it at the body, some people put it on the wick, but I've found more success putting it at a technical stop loss, which would be the 9 moving average. So that would have been about a 30-cent stop. So take your 5-minute range, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you get in at the break. Put your stop loss. So that's about a 40-cent stop loss. So this one, you might have got a quick 1-to-1. So you partial at a 1-to-1, you take 25% off, depending on what your partials are, a 10, a 20, whatever it is. It comes back up, stops you out at the range, okay? But then you're still in it. Like you still got skin in the game, right? Because you're like, okay, if this thing comes back inside of the range, I'm going to go short for the break and retest, or what I like to call it is the gap and go. Okay. So it broke down. So you scalp your 5-minute opening range, comes back up, stops you out at break even because now your stop loss isn't up here. It's now at your entry. So this candle would have stopped you out. Okay. No worries. You're waiting for it to come back through the range. Okay, now it's broken inside the range. It's consolidated. It went to the 20 moving average. It held the 20. And then it also coincided with yesterday's close. So this could have been a liquidity grab right here. And then what happens? Boom, goes to the downside again. So as it breaks through the range again, you don't get it on this candle. You wait. Just wait a little bit to around here. Okay. And then you're rewarded with this little move here. And depending on where you put your stop, like I said, if your stop loss is at the 20 here, you would have survived this whole move and you would have been in this whole move. And then you could have added. As it comes up, holds the 20, doesn't break the 20, you could add into a short after the consolidation. And this is where, again, working with Eamon and all you guys in the chat, right? You don't want to prematurely add, and this is where I've gotten into trouble in the past, is adding at the high. You want to wait for it to break this consolidation from your opening range, right? So here's a 5-minute opening range. Okay, so it breaks once, so you can scalp a little bit here if you're an opening range break trader. Okay, you scalp here, comes back up, consolidates inside the range, breaks the range, you go in again. Okay, put your stop loss. So if you get in here, you would have put your stop loss at the 20 moving average. So again, sake of this argument, say it's a 40-cent stop loss. Okay, so you would have got a 1 to 2 here, came back up. But unfortunately on this one, if you stick to your rules and you move your stop loss to break even, you would have scalped your way down here. Okay, it comes back up. And you're stuck, you know, this candle right here probably would have tagged you out. The wick here, realistically, if not this one, if not the 1002 candle, this 1009 candle probably would have got your stop loss. But if you don't move your stop loss to break even, and your stop loss is still up here by VWAP, you would have been in this whole move. And then to my point earlier, wait for the consolidation, wait for it to break out of the consolidation, then you could add, and then you would have caught this whole move to the downside. Yeah, I can zoom in more. No worries. Okay, so SpaceX, great trade. Now it's just consolidating a little bit. It's hard to see my mouse cursor. Oh, okay. Oh, can you guys not even see it? Oh, weird. Okay. Let me see if I can get my Epic pen out here. Oh, yeah, you guys can't see my cursor. That's weird. Okay. Anyways, there's SpaceX. That's weird. Carlos, do you know why they can't see my cursor? That's weird. Okay. Yeah, no worries. Sorry. I can see the mouse on my side, but I can't. It's not going back to you guys, which is weird. Anyways, I'll play around with that a little bit. But you know what? Can you see these lines? Yeah, you can see these lines. Okay. Okay, there's SpaceX. What else are you guys watching today? Chris, have a good weekend, buddy. Slick. XU Tesla. Okay. Let's see what Tesla did today. That thing was sold off so much today. It's still on SSR. Look at this thing. Oh my days. AMD, Tesla, Google. Okay. So again, this is the importance as well is, when you sit down in the mornings, you're drawing out your levels. Again, look at the 1 minute chart. Again, look at where the 200 moving average is on top. So the 200 moving average on my chart is going to be the pink line. Okay. Look where it is sitting on top. It sold off so much yesterday. Now it's below the 200 moving average. Okay. So for my charts, like this chart specifically has the cam pivots on it. So your S1, S2, S3. But again, those are all just levels that you can set previously, right? So it breaks there's your pre-market range. So on my chart, you can see, or maybe you can't, I'll put the blue in. That's your pre-market low, okay? This is going to be your 5 minute opening range. Again, same song and dance. It comes up with volume at the open, okay? Squeezes up, grabs liquidity above the 200 moving average. I'll zoom in further here for you guys because I don't know why my mouse cursor is not working. Let me zoom in more. Okay, here we go. Okay, so check this out. Not only could this be a double top from your pre-markets, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, look at this 200 moving average, like I said earlier. It's such a strong indicator. It comes up, it grabs all this liquidity. This wick is going to be liquidity grab, okay? And it could be a double top. And again, this is on a 1 minute chart. I primarily trade on a 1, a 5, and a 15, but I do higher time frame analysis just for levels. And on my charts right now, I have my Camarilla pivots, which are really strong, levels of support and resistance. So I just kind of use those as indicators as well. So as it comes up, the price action, okay, 1, 2, 3, the first 3 minutes, 4th, 5th, the 6th candle, it breaks up, gets a little bit of liquidity grab, and what happens? Boom, sell off. And then it sells off all morning. Okay. And then what you do, your job as a trader is to anticipate based off your strategy where your best entry is going to be. Okay. So because I primarily take these 5-minute opening range breakups or breakdowns, I trade this every single day. I know my eyes and my brain are pretty much callous to this now. So when I see this 200 moving average, I'm anticipating a short. Okay. And because this now happened at the 6th candle, if I didn't break my rules today, here they are. I broke my rules today. I will not break my rules today. I will not break my rules today. I'm writing this down. Okay. I don't take the trade until the 5 minutes. Okay. Do you use default camera pivot points on DAS? Yes. Okay. So as it comes up, as the 200 moving average is on top, there's no confirmation candle. So I'm never going to go long. You know, I did today on SMCI, but it was earlier. It wasn't an ORB. I would never, ever, ever go long ever when the 200 moving average is on top of the range. For me, I would never do it because it's such a strong level of resistance. And if you do, you know, you can maybe scalp a little bit, but keep your stop loss extremely tight. Okay. But for me, I don't do it. That's in my rules not to go long when the 200 moving average is on top of the range. Okay. So it grabs the liquidity on the 5 minute. So now I'm anticipating a 5 minute breakdown. So you don't take any trades all the way down here. Okay. You know that your opening range is going to be on this 3rd candle. So you have this line already. Okay. Comes back to this line, tests it, and then starts to consolidate, consolidate, consolidate. As it breaks out, again, you don't, you know, the way that I trade, I try not to take it on the break of the range. I wait for the confirmation candle. Okay. So it's none of these. It's not this one. Okay. Where I'm moving the line. It's not this candle at 950. Okay. It's this next candle. You wait for it to break the wick of the previous candle. So 316.50 would be what I like to call a sniper entry. Okay. So 316.50 would be your entry. Your stop loss, like we talked about earlier, is going to be your 9 moving average. So this one kind of coincides with the top of this body from this candle. So for the sake of this argument and conversation, your stop loss is going to be around 40 cents. Okay. Once you're in the trade, your job then is to just manage it. Okay. Don't partial too soon. Wait till your risk is at least covered and then start the partial. Okay. So you've risked 40 cents on this trade. So now your job is to let the price action tell you what's going to happen. So 40 cents from 52 is going to be 12 cents. Okay, I'm not going to get it exactly. So all I'm doing is adding these levels in. But in real time, this is what you need to be doing as you're in the trade. This is a skill that you kind of hone over time. When you're in what I like to call a right trade, right, your job is to manage your risk. So 1.16, so 40 cents from there would be 74. I mean, that's close enough. 74 and then 30. Okay, these aren't exactly bang on, but they're pretty close. So this trade here would have yielded a 1 to 4. Okay. And in real time, so once you're in the trade, the way that my mindset now works, okay, you're in the trade. Now you're looking at the volume, okay? And look where we got in, okay? So based on our break and retest, or what I call the gap and go strategy, okay, you're in at the 951 candle. As it breaks the low of this wick, when it breaks this wick here, it comes up, tests it again, you get in right here, okay? Your job at that point is to look at volume. You already know the levels on Market Atlas, okay? So not only for this conversation here of this Tesla trade, it coincides with S2. Again, on your cam pivots on the left side, and look at the volume that comes in. Nobody cares. I talked about this yesterday inside BBT as well. Nobody cares about our 50 shares, our 100 shares. Okay, our job is to get in, kind of like if you're going surfing. You get in with the wave, okay? You're paddling, you're paddling, you're paddling. You just get on your board and you just ride the wave. Your job is to make sure that when you're in the trade, you're in with volume. So when you get in on it, look at the volume. Look at the volume ladder underneath, okay? 1, 2, 3. Look at the volume spike on this third candle at 952, because now it's broken the support level of S2, okay? You have a nice volume ladder, increased volume. It pushes with this volume, right? So you got in at the break of this candle, okay? And then you get rewarded with this huge volume spike as it breaks through S2, okay? And then all you're doing is managing your partials. Don't partial too soon. This killed me when I first started to trade, okay? Because I had my P&L on my screen, I would stare at it all the time. I'd enter the trade, I'd be like, okay, I'm up. You know, when I first started, I was risking $50 a trade, okay? So you're up $30, all of a sudden you start partialing. You're hammering your 10% partial. You're taking 25% off, right? Because you're like, hey, I'm finally in a winner. I'm going to bank some cash. That is the worst thing you can do as a new trader or any trader, you know, in my opinion, is you need to wait until your risk is covered. If you do not do that over the long term, your numbers are going to get skewed, and your equity curve is actually going to, you're either going to be a break-even trader, or you're going to go slowly down. Because I guarantee you, when you enter a trade, if it goes against you, you're either going to move your stop loss, right, as a newer trader, or you're just going to get stopped out and you're going to take the full stop out. You're not going to get out early, okay? And chances are, if you're a newer trader, you're going to move your stop loss, because you don't understand the compounding that, you know, over 3 to 6 months, getting stopped out every day is a really, really, really good thing. Like I said earlier, when I first started to trade, I used a manual stop loss and it killed me. I'm in Canada. I put $15,000 into account, and within 3 months, I lost $8,000 because I was moving my stop loss. I was leveraging in, you know, I was doing all the things that this community told me not to do, but I still did it. Okay, because we can tell you all these things. Don't do this, don't do that, don't do this, don't do that. But it's up to you. Okay, every day you need to stick to your risk management, and you need to journal every single day. We don't, you know, we're not working for a big brokerage firm. Andrew says this all the time. Carlos, Peter, there's no one that's going to come and pull you off your trading desk. Okay, there's no risk manager. You know, we can just sit here and click buttons all day. Okay, you can take trades, you can move your stop loss, you can break all the rules you want as a new trader, right? You think, oh, you know, it's just gambling at the end of the day. You know, to an extent, trading, you know, can be gambling, but it's your job to manage your risk. You know, that's why card counters they have such a hard time at casinos, because they have an edge on the casino, and the casino doesn't like that. You know, as a retail day trader like we are, the only edge we have is our trade book and our strategy. So what is your edge? You know, and that's what Peak Capital Bootcamp's all about, is we find where your edge is. You take about 100 trades, you screenshot them every single day. Okay. In the morning, when you get in a trade, you screenshot it. At the end of the day, you come back, you screenshot it. You put your entries in, you put your partials in. Okay. And then over time, over the 3 months that you're in boot camp, you analyze all these trades based on a category 1, category 2, category 3, and then you make your trade book around that. Okay, my edge is a 5-minute opening range breakdown, but more lately, it's the break and retest. As it breaks that range, I pretty much, you know, my funded account success primarily came from the gap and go strategy, the break and retest. That's, you know, I have 3 strategies. I trade the 5-minute opening range, I trade the break and retest, and then I like to do reversals as well. But the majority of my trades are long trades, you know. But with this market, how it's shifted, I've had to shift my mindset a little bit that, you know, a lot of these trades now are going to be shorts. So you have to adjust to the market. And that's like 3 weeks ago, I lost, I think, 8 days in a row, because the market was shifting a little bit, right? And it's been happening. It happens every single day, but I'm such a long biased trader that I was just getting stopped out. So that's why you need to journal every day. Okay. Sorry, I'm not going into the chats too much here. Pat, you tried partialing. I was too quick with it. I hated seeing stocks running. Yeah, and that's where FOMO gets in, right? You get stopped out, and then all of a sudden you're like, boom, I'm just going to go in and I'm going to take 2 times the size. And then it goes against you again. Then you've lost 3 to 4R, right? And that's the trouble, right? But that's why being disciplined every single day. And like I've been trading 3.5 years now. And today, again, I broke a rule today. It happens. But when you do it, you have to journal it out, and you have to come back to the trade and be like, hey, what did I do there? Why did I do it? Why did I don't trade within 5 minutes. Why did I trade at the third candlestick today? Because I'm not blaming Eamon at all. It has nothing to do with him, but he talks about these fake breakdowns on the 1 to 2 minute charts all the time. So I was like, fuck this. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. It was when I did it today, I was like, this is definitely long. And it kind of did work out. So he, honestly, Eamon, if he took that trade today, he probably would have been profitable on it. But I don't trade that way. So as I got in right away, my subconscious mind and my psychology was off, because I was like, shit, I should not be in this right now. I should not be taking a trade right now. And realistically, I could have partialed on top of that 200 moving average on SMCI. But because I broke a rule inside my mind, I was like, shit. And here's the trade right here, right? Fake breakdown, came back up, squeezed through VWAP with good volume. I got in on this candlestick, put my stop loss kind of at VWAP, right? In my mind, and it squeezed up. Like I actually ended up getting about 20 to 30 cents out of this thing. I should have partialed, right? So if my risk was VWAP, so say I risked, say I risked 10 cents on this trade, I was actually rewarded with, there's a 1R, I should have partialed at least once up to the 200 moving average. But my psychology was off, because I was like, shit, I shouldn't be in this trade. I shouldn't be taking this trade. And then what happened, as it came against me, I didn't even get out at my entry. I got out way below it because my psychology was off. So there's my entry. So this, by the time I got out, it ended up being about a 2R loss. Okay, but this is where, like I said earlier, as a newer trader, you need to use a hard stop. You need to do it, because if you're not going to get out manually, and you're not going to, look how much I would have lost on this trade. If I didn't get stopped out on this trade, this is how you blow accounts. This is how I've blown funded accounts in the past. You don't get out here, you have wishful thinking, and you just ride this whole candle, and you just get eaten alive. Right? So hard stops, got to use them. Kyle, do you move your stop loss or leave it as is? I keep reading, never move it. As I partial, so on my hotkeys, as I partial, my stop loss automatically gets moved to break even. And as I add into a position, I've gotten to the habit of partialing almost right away so that my stop loss comes to break even. Because like I said, I've only been trading 3 years. I'm still learning every single day. I learn from you guys in the chat room. I learn from Eamon. I learn from Carlos, Peter, Brian in the chat room. And this is why I love being inside the BBT chat room too, because every single day you trade with Andrew and Brian live, right? Then you get Paris at 10 o'clock as well, right? So these guys are amazing traders. They found success doing their strategies, but you need to pick from them a little bit, right? Boom, 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 and put it into your own strategy. Okay. And then that's how you evolve as a trader too. So I'm continuously learning, it's like Kaizen. It's right. Continuous improvement. You always need to evolve as a trader. The moment you think you've got this is the moment the market's going to slap you in the side of the head and take all your money. Okay, so enjoy the process every day. People don't like to journal. And someone asked about my journal. I'll get to that in a second. But journaling is just like taking a trade. You need to do it every day. Sorry, I shouldn't say it like that. You don't need to take a trade every single day, but you need to journal every single day. Even if you're in a funded account, take the time and just do it. Before you leave your desk, take your screenshots, bring out your journal, and just journal your emotions, your entry. What did you see? Where were your targets? Okay. And just make it part of your day. The more you journal, the better trader you will be. I guarantee it. Saeed, how does your trading journal look like? You know, when I first started to trade, honestly, I didn't journal for probably 6 months, like I said earlier. And what happened? I got crushed. I got the market absolutely, it just took all my money. Because I had, you know, when I first started to trade, I had no business being a trader. I never should have went live. I never, ever should have done it. And, you know, I'm getting a bunch of emails on my Instagram and you guys are emailing me lots. Do I go live with a $5,000 account? No, don't do it. $5,000 is not enough, in my opinion, to make, you know, especially if you want to do this full time, it's just not enough money. You just can't do it. You know, if, you know, I have 2 mortgages, you know, I have a house, I have a kid, 2 houses, I have a kid, I have a car, but I'm getting married. You know, my account is barely holding on to those bills. Okay. So that's why I'm a huge advocate of the funded account. If you have less than, let me have a sip of coffee. Sorry, my voice is going. You know, Halo Killer, even 10 grand is tough. You know, and this is my humble opinion. People make it work. I don't trade options. People, you know, take a $10,000 account with options and can grow it exponentially. There's no doubt about it. People do it. You know, but the way that I trade and the way that I kind of learned is, you know, 20,000 is a good number. 25, 30. You know, I think the PDT rule was at 25,000. And I think, you know, that number is good because, you know, with 4 times leverage, you can trade with $100,000. Then you can really start to cover your expenses. Like my one mortgage on my house is $1,800. My other mortgage is $2,600. So, you know, and everyone has expenses, right? So how much do you realistically need to make a day to cover your expenses? That's why, okay, like I said, I'm a big advocate of part-time trading. Trade in the morning, go do a job, go do Uber, go do a side hustle, sell whatever you need to do to build up your account. Okay. If you're buying and selling cars, if you're driving Uber, you know, trade in the morning for 2 to 3 hours, get up from your desk and go make an extra $150 a day doing something else. Okay. Use that to cover your expenses and then just grow your trading account. Don't take any money out and try and grow it. And this is what I did with the funded account. You know, like I said, I started with 15 grand. I lost 8,000. So now I'm down to $8,000 of my savings that I saved from being a restaurant manager, from all this kind of stuff, right? And I know I'm not really talking about trading, so I do apologize about that. But this is all stuff that's relevant to you guys as well, because I get these questions all the time, right? So go into the funded account. If you have 5 grand, if you have 10 grand, keep it in an Interactive Brokers account and continue to build it up. Go trade the funded account. You know, I did 2 of them. I got 2 $10,000 max payouts from Andrew. I'm in Canada, so 10,000 Americans, $13,500. Okay, I set a little bit of aside for taxes, but the rest of it I rolled into my real account. Okay, so all that money now that I was rewarded with based on my strategy, and over 3 months, Andrew cuts you a check. Okay, so you cut the check. So he sends you via PayPal. I took it right from my RBC bank account. I sent it right to my Interactive Brokers account. And that's what I trade live with. Okay, because, you know, I didn't want to blow my last $8,000. I wish the funded account was around when I started trading 3.5 years ago. It wasn't in Canada. Like, I don't trade futures. I don't do Top Step. I don't do any of these other things. I trade equities. So, you know, you can't, you know, for me, losing that last $8,000, if I did that, would have been detrimental to my psychology. If I put $15,000 in a brokerage account and lost all of it, you know, it would have hurt me a lot. So that's when I started doing these funded accounts. And yes, I've blown 2 to 3 funded accounts as well. They're $300 a pop. They were, right? So there's been days where I blew one and I bought another one. Okay. because you have to wait 90 days to get a payout. I blew it after about a month and a half. I had a Hulk day. I smashed my hands on my desk. I was like, God damn it. And I bought another one and I started it again because I'm determined to make this work. I put so much time in this, just like you guys all have as well, right? If you've been doing this for even, 3, 6, 12 months, 18 months, like this is time that you've taken away from your family, but you're trying to do something, to better not only you, but your family, your legacy, all of these things, right? I put so much time into this. Like, as I just turned 40, so 2 years ago, like last year, like when I blew these accounts, you betcha I cried. I'm okay to say it. Like I don't care because I put so much energy into this game, right? But it's possible. But you have to put the work in. You have to do it every single day. You need to callous your mind. You need to go into the go to trading terminal, go in the replay simulator and back test. Instead of watching Netflix shows at night, go and back test. Do these things every single day and eventually you can become a profitable trader. But it takes time and energy. Okay? So, and that's why, like when I'm looking at this SMCI trade today, every day I tell you guys this. For me personally, with my style, when I see this 200 moving average, it's usually a short. So then when this happens, when it does a quick liquidity grab on the top side here and goes to the short side, I'm anticipating my ORB. Okay, so in live time, all we have is candle for candle, bar for bar. In Peak Capital Bootcamp, that's one thing I learned from Lenny. Every candle tells a story. What is the candle telling you? Okay, so in real time, like I have 2 monitors, so I watch about 4 or 5 tickers at the same time. So I'm taking my range bar here, and I'm following each candle, and I'm building this range. Okay, there's 1 minute, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. Okay, all you have is the last 5 minutes. Okay. So then, as it comes up on this candle, your 6th candle, it's broken through the range. It's now grabbed all this liquidity from the 200 moving average. The volume's died out. Look at your volume. Okay. Well, it's actually increasing volume, but it's selling volume. Okay. So it's grabbed the 200 moving average. Now in my mind, I'm like, boom. Okay. I'm 2 to 3 minutes away from executing a trade. So now all I'm doing is waiting for the price to come below the 5-minute opening range, give me a confirmation candle for a break and retest, and then I enter the trade. That's it. Every single day, the same bloody thing, day in, day out, day in, day out. If it doesn't set up, don't take it. If it doesn't check the box, don't take it, right? And that's one thing I admire about Carlos and Peter. It's just like they're so disciplined about not doing this. They've been trading for 10 years, right? It takes time to callous your mind to not do these things because you know that if you enter a trade, you can make $200 today. I can make $50. I can buy these groceries. I can fill my tank up with gas. I can build my account 1 to 2% if I take this trade right now. But no, you need to wait for your setup to be confirmed. Carlos's strategy, he waits for that pullback every single time on the VWAP. If it doesn't pull back, he doesn't take the trade. He doesn't do it just based on emotion or just based on, oh, Andrew's in the same trade. He waits. He has that discipline, but it takes time to build that discipline, right? And you'll get punished for breaking your rules. The market will absolutely take your money happily. Your entry is someone else's liquidity. When you get stopped out, someone else is making money based on your poor decisions. That's how it works. You're fighting against other people and other people's thought processes. And when you're listening to guys like Carlos, Peter, Jared, you're listening to how they speak and analyze the market, Andrew, Brian, they're very, very intelligent. We're all intelligent in our own way, but they really understand how the market moves. But they've been trading for 10 years. So guys like us, girls like you guys, people like us who've only been doing it for 1 to 3 years, we're still evolving our mindsets as traders. So you need to think about that every single day. So back to this trade. So 1 minute happens, okay? 2 minutes, 3, 4, 5. So now I've created this range. And this is easy to scope out because the first candle is going to be the bottom of your range, right? So now all you do is wait for it to break the range. It breaks the range with volume. Look where I entered. Okay. This is way too extended. Looking at it now, in hindsight's always 2020. But by the time I got in on this trade, look how extended I am, not only from VWAP, but the 9 moving average. So realistically, I could have scalped this out. But because my stop loss was so big at this 9 moving average, I didn't take a partial. Right. So, and that's part of evolving as a trader. I knew that I hadn't covered my risk by the time it got down here to about 29.90. So I wasn't partialing because my risk was so big. And that's why I was able to survive this whole pullback. Right. So as this range now happens, you're bringing this over more. So 5, 6, 7, 8 candle. So now all you're doing is bringing this opening range all the way to the right side. Okay. And so this is my entry. So say again, $30.20. So my risk was about 20 cents. Okay, so it comes back up, comes back through this. And like I said, this wick almost got me, but it came up so quick. And then the sellers took over and just took the whole candle. Look how it closed, right? So I stayed in it. Came back down. I added in because, I should have actually added in here because that would have been my gap and go. So my ad was a little late, but at this point I knew I was in the right trade because of the volume. Okay. So then as it came down, I was pretty heavy on this. And again, my psychology was off from my first trade. This isn't clean by any means, but I still executed relatively well. So I think my average was 30.2 with that entry. I went in again here. So my average was around 30.10 with my stop loss from the 9 moving average. So I was pretty heavy on this. So as it continued to break down, I just scalped my way out of this. 10, 10, 10, 10, bang. And then as it kind of lost this, I just scalped out. And then I stopped out at break. This last green triangle here was me stopping out at break even. So, a big loss at the open, 2R. Okay. Actually, was it? I think it was about 1.5R. Was this? That was my punishment. You pay for your mistakes in the market, right? You break your rules, boom, you get punished. How do you get punished? Here goes $150. Here goes $200 right out the window. And that happens within 5 minutes. What job do you work 8 hours that you lose? Or no, what job do you work 5 minutes where you lose $200? No job. No job. In trading, it can happen faster than you can even blink. And that's why you need to get out. If I didn't get stopped out here, I would have got crushed today. If I would have held on another, honestly, this candle was probably, this is 1 minute chart, 30 seconds. If I lost another 30 cents, I would have lost another $250 just on this one candle alone. So this trade, that bad decision would have cost me probably around $450. Right? So you need to get stopped out. Thank you for stopping me out, market gods. Thank you for stopping me out. Honest to God, thank you. Okay? Because again, you get wishful thinking. It comes to here. You're still like, then you catch this bounce. You're like, okay, it's going to bounce. It's going to come back to the 9 moving average. You're still holding it. Boom. You get punished again. Okay? All the way down. And in this 5 to 10 minute window, congratulations, you've just blown your funded account. Right there, based off of 2 bad decisions. You didn't get stopped out. Then you got a little bit of wishful thinking on this bounce here. Oh, you know what's going to come back in. You maybe even leverage in on this bounce, anticipating, it's going to come back up to VWAP, and I can stop out at break even, or it's going to come back to the 200 moving average. It's going to break the high of the day. I'm just going to average in here, and this thing's going to squeeze up to the 200. I'm going to make $400 today because I've now leveraged in, or $500. And what happens? Look at the doji. Kiss of death right there. Boom. Hammer to the downside. Congratulations. You just blew your account. Just like that. It happens so fast. You blink, you make 2, 3 bad decisions in a row. If you're really leveraged, if you have a high risk, you know, my risk tolerance is a little bit higher than the average person, I would say. Okay. If you're just starting out, if you have a small account, you always risk 0.5% of your account. For the whoever said my account's $5,000, can I trade with that? You can, but you better be risking less than 0.5%. Okay. Because, you know, I'm more confident in my trading now than honestly ever because of, you know, the funded accounts and all that stuff. It's a double-edged sword, right? I'm confident, but I can still get humbled by the market, and you need to be able to bounce back. You know, the way that I kind of work my mornings is I meditate in the mornings just for a quick 2, 3 minutes. I read a couple books. I have all these books here. I say it every single day. Power Your Subconscious Mind, Market Wizards. I don't read a lot. I read 1 to 2 pages and just get my mind focused. You know, if you have stuff like my kid didn't sleep last night, the market doesn't care that I didn't sleep last night. The market is probably like, oh, great, you didn't sleep last night. Let me take your money, right? It's your job to dial in your psychology every single morning before you sit down and start up DAS or a trading terminal. You need to clear your mind and be extremely focused between your ears. If you're not, don't trade. I still fight not taking trades, and that's something that I'm working on, but you need to have a really clear conscience when you sit down at your computer. Okay? If you guys have any questions at all about funded accounts, anything like that, psychology, trade books, hotkeys, email me, Kyle@bearbulltraders.com. I'll share anything you guys need. Bearbull Traders has been extremely good to me. Everything I've ever learned is from this community. Okay, so the answers are there. Just ask questions. When we're here, ask the questions. Okay, email us. We're here to help you. Okay, have a great weekend. Take care. We'll see you guys on Monday. Go out, enjoy the sun, go for a run, do some meditation, and do some journaling. Okay, I challenge you guys, do some journaling, do some back testing, and have a great weekend. Okay,
You
we'll
the
talk to
man,
you guys
Kyle.
on Monday. All
Thanks,
right.
Kyle.
Thanks, Peter. Okay, cheers, guys. Have a good weekend.